Okay. Everyone wants to say. So, hi, everyone. Hi, Penny. How are you? Good to see you. Good morning. Like, you look good. And everyone is looking good here, too. So, we're very excited to be here. Like I said, my name is Shalakumi, and we're welcome you all to Microsoft DevConnect. It's the first of its kind. It's an event in partnership with Microsoft Resident Ambassadors Invest in Nigeria. Yeah. And Microsoft Reactor. Has anyone ever heard of Microsoft Reactor before? Anyone? Who likes to tell us what it is? Maybe continue. No one has heard of Microsoft Reactor. Okay. Would you like to try?
Microsoft DevConnect put into the nice trains. That must be on the average positions. The organized trains and different technologies for Microsoft.
That's a very, very good idea. So if you know Microsoft's Learn, which is like where you have text like learning materials in documentation kind of form. So Reactor is like the video version of that, if that makes sense. So we have live videos, live trainings, events held in different parts of the world, physically and virtually. So this is an event in partnership with them, and actually it's a first in partnership with Microsoft Reactor in Nigeria. So please a round of applause for the team that brought this together. We're setting the pace for further events coming up. So like we said, welcome to Microsoft DevConnect. To get started, we want to do a bit of an icebreaker. So who would like to try something interesting? No, let's test it out between ourselves. It's like a bad idea. All right. So here's the thing. You're going to tell me three truths about yourself, and then you're going to tell me three facts about yourself. And two of them will be true. One will be a lie that involves yourself, and I'll be the one to guess it. Which one is a lie? And the let's make it extra difficult for you. Okay. Let's see. The first thing about myself, I like Ofada. Ofada rice, and that sauce. I am obsessed with it. Then, okay, speak of. Then, I really like Microsoft Azure. Like, I love working with Azure. And then third, what should be good? Let me think. I like data science. Okay, so I'm going to tell you two things are true. If you like the father rice, you like working with Azure, you hate data science. I think it's because I waited. I paused. So that gave you an idea. Yeah, like you made it wait. Yeah, okay. You guys need to work on that. Make it better. Should I do it for myself? Yeah, okay. So let me tell you three things about myself. I like catfish. I like watching Korean movies. I like Venus. Two truths, one lie. You're very quick with that catfish thing, so so that's it. What? No. Okay, let me think. I'm not K-drama things, so Korean movies. What do you guys think? Korea. What do you guys look at? No, definitely it's true. No, it's true. What do you guys think? Help me out. Anyone? I mean, looking at me, I like catfish. I like wait, you like going out in life. You don't like going out. Are you serious? So like going out. You like going out. I hate catfish. Like, come on. Who's like me? I hate catfish. Okay, so I guess I thought it different. I was thinking the first thing you said, then maybe something that you're obsessed with. Yeah. Alright. So now, alright. So we're going to train you guys. Anyone that is reading to make it extra difficult. So they entertaining for us. Anybody. If nobody volunteers, we'll make it right. That is yeah. You try to avoid my face. So I will pick you. So it's already hiding. It's not going to work. And someone is smiling. Anyone wants to volunteer? Nobody. Oh, this is someone. I love the new dress. Pretty facts about yourself. So that I should what is it like? Can you introduce yourself as well? Yeah. But okay. No, okay. Um, what I read this film since nine. uh, I like greenhouse. Um, I like work. So just in case being asked, the first one is your birthday is February 29. The second one is July 29. The third is July 31. Okay, what are you thinking? I feel like February 29 to the wait. No, but don't say anything yet. Don't say anything yet. Anyone else would like to guess what your life is? Don't guess.
I do like web development.
We didn't hear you. So she doesn't like web development. Actually, because when she was shaking when she said, yeah, like that's giving her trauma. So your birthday is February 29. Is that the right? Is that the right? She tried to play with us. Any other person that would like to try? She tried to play with us. I want to guess what the lies of the place she said. I think there are two lies there. There's one truth. Like, because it's very confusing. Who wants to try again? Someone said web development. Anyone? Yeah, I'm banking on that web development too, shots as well. Yes, Karen. She looks like someone that's an introvert. Don't like finance. So she squeezed her face. But like, do you know the thing she has given you? Like what? For everything? Do you know the thing she has been? Let's try to actually give you like, okay. You know what is web development? Yeah, what is this? What is it? Okay, so my birthday is actually February 21. Interesting. So you like web development? Okay, I think you enjoy some of the things that we have going on. Today is our birthday. Oh, today is what? Yo, wow. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. You have a nice response. Should we just not know? Would you like afterwards to have a small person? All right. So, any other person that wants to go? Should we pick another person? Let's just pick someone. All right. He wants to go. Thank you for very brief. Is that start there? Did you go the rest of it?
Yeah. Mine is, everything very fast. So, yeah.
No, his name is very important. His name is Ahmed. First, you said you're an IT developer. You are a Christian, and you're a vegetarian. His name is Ahmed. Emphasis on that. His name is Ahmed. Emphasis on that. She's an IT developer, a Christian, and a vegetarian. I go for you know what? No, you have to think for it. This is quite difficult. I feel like your name throws most people off, so they feel like you definitely is listening. I develop I develop you being a vegetarian just feels like a blatant lie. Like I can't understand. Okay, so you don't like meat actually. Like please, and different kinds of protein that we have. And um so it's tough.
You get no, the vegetarians might be annoyed.
Okay. Just vegetarian, so that's what I want. But yeah, I don't know what it is. Actually, you make it hard. Anyone who wants to try it, who wants to get I don't know if you know, I don't like this. I don't know. It made it hard. I feel like it's not going to be easy because, of course, we make that because that was tester. But there, we said we are fit. So, so I'm thinking I'm going to was people giving us like backstory. So that looks what's the answer?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to start.
I want to have a proper discussion with you. Like, how are you doing that? Like, I mean, it's a very, very notable decision to make, right? But in a country that's predominantly protein, how are you doing that? What do you eat? You mind me asking?
Yeah, in my own case, my brother is experience. Oh, so I used to take meats. But I think it's
Hey, you're not vegetarian. You're vegan. So egg is there. That's fine. But eggplant is just take milk. You take milk.
yes.
Yeah, you're vegan. Okay, that gives me a bit of some point. It's around about. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next we should do was yes, welcome to here. Hi everyone here. Okay. Welcome. Thank you for coming to our event. We introduced ourselves earlier. I'm Josh. That is my physical co-moderator. What's your name, co-moderator? Why are you running away? All right. So what we've been doing so far is just introducing ourselves. We're doing like a twist of an icebreaker called Truth and Lie. I don't know if anyone is quite familiar with that. Does anyone want to try that out for us? So basically, you're saying three facts about yourself. One of them is lie to are true, and we have to figure out what the lie is. So who wants to volunteer? Anybody. You can make it extremely difficult. Some people have done that. But we've had a difficult time cracking what the lie is. So would you like to up your game compared to the maybe who wants to try? Anybody? Like I told them over there, do not hide because I will pick you. So don't try to shield your face from me because I will pick you. So do you want to volunteer or do you want to choose you? Anybody? Okay, we'll take two people. So you go. Like very fast. Then we like to answer. Okay, I love traveling. I'm a computer science graduate. My best food is swallow. All right, so who wants to guess what the lie is? Traveling, computer science graduate, and her best food is swallow. Who wants to give it a go? Swallow. Swallow. Are we going with swallow over here? What do you think? Swallow. Swallow. Interesting. Everyone just immediately said, look, no other option. That's fine. So, graduates. Oh, fast. Okay, so not computer science. From production. It's a very interesting. And you know what? We have a big one over there. So you'll be very interested. Both of you should collaborate. It would be very productive for both of you. And the other person that wanted to try.
Hi, my name is Muhammad. As you can. Okay. Truth or lie? Um, I'm flying. Oh.
I mean, you look the part, so.
Alright, what I get? Well, and I am from Ogun State. And I have 7 siblings.
7 siblings. That's the truth. Okay, so he said he's Fulani, he's from Ogun State, and he has 7 siblings.
I don't think
Very difficult in some way. Who has the answer? I know I have to use my voice now, so I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. I'm very audible. Okay. So who wants to guess what the lie is? What do you think? Fulani and Ogun State, right? Okay.
I think the lie is from the state.
Ogun State.
Yeah.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Appearances can be deceiving. What about you?
Yeah, but
7 seconds. Anyone else has from here? Ogun State. Ogun State seems to be leading. Ogun State. What's wait, though. Fulani Ogun State. So, any other person from here? What are you guys thinking? Okay, 2 people already mentioned Ogun State. So, any other person from here? What are you guys? Anyone? Okay, please tell us what the lie is. Save us the suspense. So you're from Ogun State. I told you guys, appearances can be deceiving. I said it. That's nice. Thank you. I think. I told you guys, like I said, we're going to move on to something more interesting. So we've just done like a bit of a walk now. We want to get your opinions on what you're expecting from this event. So I'm going to be projecting something in like a few seconds now. You're going to enter a website and type in a code. So you put in your response so we can see how you're feeling, at the beginning of the event. So let's do that right away. Is everyone seeing? It's showing there, right? Okay. So please scan the code and tell us how you're feeling. Promise not to disappoint you. But it seems like neutral is winning at this pool.
Followed by excited. Already excited.
So let's see the next one. This time around, you're typing in. Oh, more. Real.
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice.
I mean, we
Okay.
all love jollof rice.
Pictures. Of course, of course. Trust us. We will not disappoint in that respect. There will be pictures. Indifferent. Fried rice. Fried rice is best. To connect. Better audio. Okay, better audio. That should be from someone online. We'll get better at it, we promise.
LinkedIn Premium. Love of
LinkedIn
my life.
Premium.
Ooh.
Real. But it's a need to find my missing texts. Or tech bro.
Yeah, tech bro. Learn. Lumi. Oh,
Merch. Okay, so well, let's see how it goes. Free laptops in this economy. In this economy, who is that person?
let's have it. Let's have it.
Learning and connection seems to be something that most people agree with, so that's fine. Indifferent. Okay, Microsoft swag. Hands.
Look at this one. To find a husband. Wow.
I like how the person didn't even say to find a boyfriend or to get into a relationship. It's a husband straight. So aiming for
The peak.
find wife. Okay.
I think the soulmate.
Both of you should be whoever you are, you just crown. That's what networking is for. So you could actually find a person that's looking for a husband or a wife. Connect. We'll have a networking session. Don't you worry.
I didn't know that was what networking was for.
Then jollof rice. Okay. Well, we'll let our organizers know. So they'll see what they can do. Feed. Rice, potato, ofada.
Depends on.
Person after my own heart. Never be broke again.
Amen.
Amen to that. Swag. Learning and connections. Hijab, tech. That's very specific.
Someone said, what does that mean?
And their way around us. So we'll leave it in their hands. Well, learning and connection, definitely you get that. The final one. I think we're done with this one now. Thank you everyone for participating. Final one. Now, Boga or Amala. What's your feeling?
Oh, how about people that don't know Amala is?
Okay, so for our online audience, Amala is a beautiful delicacy from Nigeria. It's vegetarian, to the best of my knowledge, and it's made from different things. It's made from plantain. No. There's the one from plantain now. There's one from yam, and there's cocoyam as well. There's cassava. So there are different kinds of amala, but the one I know is the one that is made from yam.
You want
We
to take
have,
from
we
Yum?
have,
Burger.
we have bread and toothpaste. Come on. Come on.
You need professional help.
Come
You
on.
need professional help. So bread and toothpaste is very, very intriguing.
Someone said okra.
Okay. So you're warm. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? I want to have a conversation with that person. Let's know what exactly it is. I never expected there to be a tie between burger and amala. Like they're both large, so it means many people have made that response. So it's looking like a tie. Hmm. Hmm. Amala, of course. I'm only allowed to eat with my babe. Okay. Pagewa. So we've had siyawarma and pagewa. So pagewa should be what? Spaghetti and beans. Ewa. Hmm. There are people and there are people. Character. Character na food. Shape character, Joe Jenny, character food. Voucher is food too. Okay. Okay. Good. Mama. Audio. Audio. It's the online folks.
This is one of bread and toothpaste.
I saw it too. Like I'm struggling to like fathom what exactly that person is thinking, right? But to each their own. To each their own. Let's not judge a person by their food combination. I will judge, but let's not judge. Any other new response? Okay, hot amala from Mama Put with dripping away. Do the person knows what's up? Is anyone here from Unilag? Is anyone from Unilag? Unilag.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know Iamoria.
Exactly.
Iamoria. Iamoria is the place to be. I think other schools would have their own hotspots, right? But for Unilag, it's Iamoria. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your response. Thank you. This is a round of applause. I think we've gotten one job very, very quick. So, next on our agenda is actually our first session, which is the keynote session. So, our speaker is rounding up things in the room there. So, I guess we'll just have to remind him to come over here because we need to get started with him. He's the main organizer for the event. So, when he comes in, you guys will know. Please promise me to do something. I'm going to clap and clap and clap so hard for him so that he feels excited and welcome for this because he has had many sleepless nights trying to get this together. You know, interactions with Microsoft Reactor, the team, because they're not here in Nigeria, right? So he has been trying to work hard with them to get everything in place. This week, things were not looking like they were bright, but we are here, right? So as it's coming in, I think I can see him by the door. A big round of applause, please. Come in, Jocelyn. Come in, please. Come in, come in, come in.
What happened? I mean, I came in and everybody was clapping. I don't know. Was there a plan?
You're celebrating.
You're celebrating. Thank you very much to everybody who came around for this event. And thank you to the entire team that has been working on this. In fact, I think they deserve a round of applause, please. And for those who joined online, thank you for sticking until now. We had a couple of technical issues, and that was the reason why we're starting now. We appreciate you. We see you all. Thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of people that are online. So, for example, I can see Hamid. I can see Osdi. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I can see Mohammed. You all have been here. I can see Dave Kumar. Thank you very much for staying up until now, even with the technical issues or the technical glitch that we had earlier. And thank you very much to the Microsoft Reactors team for first giving us this opportunity to host this event. And we're finally here. Thank you very much to Microsoft Reactors. Moria, Yadin, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Great. So I wanted to start off this event by talking a little bit about artificial intelligence. And this is one of the big things we hear a lot of time. When we go out, AI, and it's a major thing we hear, right? We go over on Twitter, we go over on anywhere you go online. It's literally ChatGPT, it's either Gemini or any of the new AI tools. And so the goal of this session was actually to talk about how did all of this get started, right? And how can you all actually go on to get started in your journey of building solutions with artificial intelligence on Azure. So this is me first off, and I'll be talking about the foundations of generative AI. I'm Jaflet Wamo, and I am a cloud advocate here at Microsoft. What I do basically is developer advocacy, focusing on .NET and artificial intelligence. So talking about .NET, talking about artificial intelligence, and helping people to actually utilize Microsoft's technologies. Right. Now, with the lots of transitions we are seeing now, it's very important to note that soon all of the applications we use would be reinvented. And we're seeing a lot of them now. Artificial intelligence is making things lots easy for us. Do we agree? Right or right? From Copilot to all of the other tools we have, it just makes life easy. And for some of you, you probably, when you have a speaking engagement, you create your slides with an AI tool. What else can't AI do for us at this point? We have AI tools that can create music. We have AI tools that can do, lots of things for us. And having a touch of artificial intelligence in what we build actually goes a long way. This is the progress we have seen. So for mobile phones, it literally took 16 years to get to 100 million users. For the internet, it took 7 years to get to 100 million users. And for Facebook, which was like the biggest thing, social media network, it took 4.5 years. But ChatGPT, in just 3 months, was able to hit 100 million users. This goes to show that generative AI, artificial intelligence, is actually making impact, real impact in people's lives. And how many of us still get to use it? Great. Now, let's talk a little bit about the journey for Microsoft into AI. First, in 1991, we had the research team, the Microsoft research team, and that was established. We had Xbox was released, and then there's something called Clippy. How many of you know of Clippy? You should check out Clippy, just in case you don't know. So Clippy was introduced in 90s, and it just helps with little processes, and it was really, really cool. Little did we know that much more was going to come in the future. In 2010, we had cloud computing, which gave us the ability to actually store things, not in this cloud, but on servers somewhere online, and we can easily access them at any point in time. In 2014, there was the introduction of Cortana, which at that time I know many Windows users were really excited about Cortana. How many of us can still remember? You say something and it responds to you and it does it for you, and we're like, oh wow, really, really nice. In 2019, Microsoft invested in OpenAI, which was, I would say, one of the best investments because it opened the way for lots of the things we're seeing today. But as we went on, we got to realize that the more we have or we get to use artificial intelligence, it's important that we set rules guiding it, right? And that's where responsible AI comes into play. How many of us have heard of responsible AI? So what it means for those here, have you heard of responsible AI? Okay. So these are like rules that people have to follow when building AI solutions. It has to be trustworthy, it should be able to store people's data, authentic, and things like that. All of those rules were set. In 2023, Copilot was announced. And that was like a very, very big one because it changed the entire Microsoft ecosystem. Lots of people now use Copilot to do things. And for everyday tools, Microsoft 365, you now have Copilot, your Microsoft Word has Copilot, your PowerPoint has Copilot. You can literally create a slide, a PowerPoint slide from a document, or create a document from some. It just does all of those amazing things for you. Now, I wanted to quickly show you some of the capabilities of artificial intelligence, and this has already been set up, so I won't be showing you the demo, but this is just a recording of what's going to happen. Once you have set up your Azure subscription and you set up your Azure AI resource, you head over to speech.microsoft.com.portal. And what this actually enables you to do is that you can actually collect things people say and convert them to text. So I'm going to pick my avatar or my representation, and then I'm going to type in a script. Hi, I'm Laurie. Welcome to Microsoft AI Tour. I'm going to pick a voice of my choice, and let's see what that should look like.
The mic tour.
So once I've done that, notice that I was able to get the speech from what the AI was saying, right? I was able to get the voice out. And let's try that again one more time. So sure. So let's preview the audio again.
Hi, I'm Laurie. Welcome to the Microsoft AI Tour. It's a pleasure meeting you all here.
Great. So you can see that artificial intelligence has made that possible for us. You can even insert any gestures of your choice, and it gets it done for you. Literally, you can decide to input a new language, any language of your choice, and it also gets that done for you, literally. You see, it's translating that to Portuguese, to Turkish, sorry, and then let's preview again.
Merhaba, ben Nuri. Microsoft Yapay Zeka turuna hoş geldiniz. Hepinizle burada tanışmak çok güzel.
How many of us can hear Turkish? I can't, so I don't understand. But notice something else. You have a script or a code that it has actually generated for you. So in case you need to pick that and move it somewhere. And also notice that you have a resource that has been created so you can get over and move on and get started. It's now easy for you to add artificial intelligence into an application that you are building with that. Now let's move on to the next application, and let's talk a little bit about Azure AI, right? This is where, well, I would call it Microsoft AI Hub, and you have lots of these features coming together. Whether you need to deal with the language, as we have seen, you need to deal with speech, you need to be able to seamlessly translate things, it's possible. Or I know for a lot of us, how many of us have worked with custom vision cognitive services? Right. You have Azure AI Vision, and then definitely Open AI, which is like a pretty exciting one for a lot of people. You have AI search, which allows you to get data from data sources. You have document intelligence. And interestingly, we're going to see some of these applications in today's event. So please watch out for the different breakout rooms. And we're going to see how a couple of these things come to life, right? For those who want to use, to build your machine learning solutions, there's definitely Azure Machine Learning. Azure AI Services actually makes it easy for you to use pre-trained solutions within your applications to make them intelligent. For Azure Machine Learning, it's that piece that enables you to actually build your AI models, design them, and create your own chat GPT, right? We also have the responsible AI tools, which I already spoke about, enables you to build AI solutions that are trustworthy, that would not be dangerous, right? That would secure the data of people. All of this coming together brings us to Azure AI Studio, which enables you to build your own co-pilots, or maybe your own chat GPT, your own AI that can do things for you, and you can customize it to do whatever you want. Recently, we also have Azure AI Foundry, which adds more capabilities to enable you build your own co-pilots or your own AI solutions and customize it. You can decide to connect to an API, you can decide the model you need to pick from, you can decide to utilize the complete AI toolchain. You definitely have responsible AI embedded. And for those who are probably working with organizations, you can impute this within your organization, and it works really well for you. And then we have Copilot, which is also accessible to a lot of the tools. So now you have Copilot within Visual Studio. How many of us have seen it? Copilot within GitHub Copilot, right? All of these things, for those who don't want to write code, you have Copilot Studio. All of these things actually make it easy for you to build your solutions, to build your applications. And it's just mind-blowing the lots of things that you can accomplish when you utilize all of this. You already have, you just need to input your data. And I should highlight that you have what we call foundation models. So there are models that have been created for you. There are models that are there, and you can adjust them to suit whatever you need to do. You don't have to start, before when we need to do machine learning, we have to upload our data, train it, test it, and do all of those, right? Can we remember?
Yeah.
But now with foundation models, it's not easy for you to get all of those done. You could decide to either use Azure AI Foundry if you are the kind of person who prefers code, or loves dealing with interfaces that are a little bit technical. But you could also utilize Copilot Studio for those who are non-technical, and you have access to 1,400 connectors. You have access to connecting your Copilot Studio to Teams, Facebook, Slack. It's easy to integrate them. For those who would love to utilize Azure AI Foundry, it's also great that you could utilize the models that are there to actually build your solutions. But now let's talk a little bit about how these models really work. And I think it's probably the interesting part, which a lot of us basically just deal with the front end, but maybe don't understand clearly how the backend works. So let's talk about how this works. Now, what happens is you are imputing your text, and what the model is doing is it's picking all of those and then splitting them into what we call tokens or tokenization. What it literally means is you get to have, it breaks them, it splits them into the number of words. They are grouped into any number of words. We don't have any specific set of numbers, but the AI gets to do that. And then it takes them into the model. What the model does is it looks at all of those and tries to find out which is the best word or sentence that needs to complete this. Once it has done that, it then brings it out to you as a natural language output, right? A text. You put it in as text or you put it in as audio or whatever, it brings it out to you. Now, this is what it looks like. We have a couple of words that are imputed. So let's go back here. And what it's going to do is complete it. Let's see this scenario, right? What it's doing from here is from this sentence, we need to stop anthropomorphism ChatGPT. It's dividing that into 11 tokens, and you can see them highlighted in different colors. And it's also telling us that there are 43 characters here. Right. You can access that. You see the link down here. So you just basically see how that works. Right. So and separated them as the different tokens, right? And then it has picked one that is brought out. Notice what it's doing this time. It's generating it, it's trying to complete each of the sentences with what has been imputed to it. So we need to, it already knows with that context I have given to it, it's going to impute it with stop. And then whenever you do, we need to stop, it already knows what next to impute until it completes the entire sentence. So it's using all of those data that has been imputed into it to give out the responses. And then for the probability, it's going to run through a couple of words, as you can see, and it's going to pick which of them actually has a higher probability of being the correct answer. It selects a specific one. You can see the probability. For those of you who are aware of machine learning, you see the probability, it's this, and it gets out your results for you. Now let's talk a little bit about how you can build solutions using large language models. And there's something called prompt engineering. How many of us have heard of prompts? Prompts are those texts that you impute that gives a description of what you want the AI tool to do for you, and then it's going to get out a response for you. Now, prompts, a lot of times you get people who say, oh, I need to build a solution. I imputed something into ChatGPT. It's not giving me a response. That's where prompt engineering comes in. So it's not just imputing a response, but it's about knowing the right prompts to impute for it to give you your response, giving it context, not just imputing, oh, I need this done, give it context. And then it's pretty much understands what you need it to do. For example, you impute what is the largest ocean in the world. It understands that because it's a question, and so it goes on to give you, a response and say, hey, the largest is the Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean in the world, covering around 63 million square meters and stuff like that. Because you gave it context and you asked it a question. Now, let's talk about using prompt engineering for text to image. You need to create an image, and let's say you are using DALL-E 3, DALL-E 3. How many of us know of DALL-E 3? So DALL-E 3 is built by OpenAI, and it enables you to use text to create an image. Here's what I mean. All you have to do is give it some context. First, you are describing the image as you notice, and then you are providing what we call details about what you want it to see. You are providing the style, you are providing the variations of that image. So notice, for example, for my prompt, I'm saying a close-up of a cute raccoon, that is the subject, the animal, the raccoon, and then it should be walking through the forest. I have given it details about the environment, more like context. And then photorealistic texture is me defining the artistic style or how I want it to be, the color schemes and things like that. And, lighting too is another part. This is what it comes up with. The reason, because I gave it some context, right? Now let's take this a little bit further and let's try to impute a combination of text and image and try to convert it to text. You have what we call GPT-4 Turbo with Vision, and it's another model that really enables you to do this. So if you notice from the prompt I have imputed here, I have said, what is in this image? And it goes through the image first, tries to understand it, and then comes up with a response. Right? The image shows a cute raccoon in a forest setting. The raccoon is looking directly at the camera with large expressive eyes. The forest in the background is lush and green, things like that. Now, all of these things that as we have seen, did you notice something similar? Did you notice something? Who can tell me? Amongst these examples we have seen, who can tell me what's similar? Don't worry, I'll tell you context. We didn't just tell it, create an image of a raccoon, but what did we do? We explained. We told it, this is how it should look like. Do it this way, do it like this. It should be in a forest, it should look this way. So whenever you are, and that's what prompt engineering is about. It's about learning how to speak with these AI tools, learning how to create prompts that would get you what you want. So knowing what's the right context to give to the model, the right words to use matters a lot, right? And system message helps you to do that. If you don't do that, then you can have a response like this. What is your name? I don't have a name, or you can call me assistant. How can I help you today? Right? That's a generic message, because the AI solution has not been built in such a way that you didn't give it enough prompt and it doesn't understand the context of what you're trying to get it to do. Think of something like this too. Now we're doing some additional stuffs under the system message, adding some more context and saying, when this person asks you, what is your name? This is what you should say, right? Notice a much better response. Did you notice? Because we have more like, made it lots better by adding that system message piece to it. And it gets lots better when you get to ask more questions because of the prompts you have imputed, because of how you have designed it. It just gets lots easier to go on with this, right? Now, these are some of the things you need to take note of while you are dealing with, the system message frameworks. It's important that you, first of all, define what the model can do, what tasks the specific model can carry out, so people don't impute responses that are not needed, right? Let's say, for example, somebody tells you to do something that is out of the power. And I've seen that a couple of times when somebody asks AI tools something and they just give very wrong responses, right? We've seen that. We've seen examples on Twitter dragging different AI tools, not so on X, sorry, dragging different AI tools because we didn't have the right, it was not properly defined to the AI what all of these things, what all of these things about and what they can do for you. I've spoken a little bit about, just as a refresh, we've spoken a little bit about how artificial intelligence works. Spoke about how you can get started, right? Copilot, you have Azure AI Foundry, you have AI Studio. And now we're talking a little bit about what happens behind the scenes, which is mostly maybe boring, I don't know, for a lot of people. But when we understand what's happening behind the scenes, what happens to those models, it's easy for us when we're either building us or interacting with those models. One question you might also be asking is, when building a solution, which models should I be using? Now, within Azure AI, you have lots of models. You have the Open AI service, which gives you access to these models. You have connecting to, Meter. You have the Llama 2, Llama 3. You have your Code Llama. Any of these large language models that you decide to use are available when you use Azure AI. How many of us are conversant with Hugging? Easy right now for you to build your own agents that can help you do things. So think of this as having somebody who is your PA, right? Who can get things for you, who can carry out tasks for you. And you don't even have to do much. First, these models are independent. Once you tell them what to do, they understand what it's about, and they are very, very, very interactive. This is another great part you need to experiment, or that would be really interesting for you to experiment. I will see how artificial intelligence is really changing things in the entire space now, right? So I've spoken a little bit about how the entire AI thing works. Do we have any questions regarding that? Maybe just a couple of questions around AI, around these things I've spoken about, maybe something you don't understand. And this is just some prerequisites into what we are going to see later today to prepare your minds. So while we are talking through all of this, you know what's going on, you know what these speakers are building and what they are doing. Any questions? Right. Okay, Mohammed.
So just it's baffles me, right? Sometimes while prompting the AI, so when first of time you start it and then still on the same session, doesn't remember what you actually prompted it.
Okay, So one great thing that makes AI models really interesting, and for those who build large language models, is the fact that it should be able to remember the things that you have imputed. And if you notice for GPT, once you've given it access, it's for ChatGPT, it's able to remember what should be done. So a good characteristic of an AI model, and if you notice from the examples we saw, because they were not properly trained, it didn't have the right context to give to us. So when building your models, you should understand that helping it to be able to remember the things you say is very important. That's an error from those who actually built it. And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Does that answer the question? And for those online, Mohammed's question was regarding models, large language models that are not able to remember things that have been sent over to them. So, for example, you have given some context in the past, but they can't remember it. And we're saying all of those happens because of the person who built the models didn't actually take that into consideration, right? Any other question? Okay, one more question.
So the question, I mean, the emergence of AI into most of the system is like automated things. You need to do things from scratch. So now I'm thinking about people that actually learned this thing from scratch. Like, what happened to those people? And are we encouraging people not to like code for themselves, or just are we encouraging that? Like, okay,
Okay.
don't need to learn coding, don't need to do things from scratch.
Okay, that's a very great question. And actually, we're going to be having a panel session after this session where you get to ask lots of these questions. But let me answer that a little bit. So the thing is, as in the tech space, things always transition, right? And the more we understand that, the more we are able to work with these tools. Even for AI, you wake up one morning and you are hearing of DeepSeek, right? Or you're hearing of another AI tool, one AI tool that can do this and that. That's because things are growing. And so, while it is important to learn from scratch, you should also remember that the world is moving ahead. So, if maybe prior in the past you have to take 6 months to learn something from scratch, now that the world is moving fast, why not take 1 month to understand that concept and move faster? Another thing is with the AI space, you don't really need to know everything, right? You don't need to know everything. So it's instead a combination of how can I use existing tools to solve specific problems. AI tools are there to help you be more productive and do things faster. So maybe let's say I want to learn how to build a website. How about I understand the context, or I actually understand a bit of CSS, JavaScript to actually know what is going on. And when I need to debug the code, I know, oh, this is what I need to do, this is what I need to do. And then I allow AI to generate all of those parts for me while I focus on styling it, making it better, making it more interactive, making it more user friendly. So you're not learning CSS, JavaScript anymore to start doing blue, this, color blue, this, no. You're moving ahead and doing things a lot faster. Right? Summary, learn from scratch, but don't learn everything. You don't have to complete everything. Just learn the one you can that gives you enough insights, move on and go on to continue. Because the AI tools will never stop. Right? And they're coming at very fast pace. Even for us that Microsoft MVPs know that, and you would also get to speak with some of them. There are tools that are released every day. Microsoft MVPs, right? Right? There are tools that are released every day, and they are just mind blowing. So it's not the time for us to learn and learn and learn, but it's time to build and understand. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. So I think we'll move on where thank you very much. If you have any more questions, don't worry, during the panel session, you can ask all of your questions. So we'll move on to the next session.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on to the panel session, and we should have our host here in a few minutes. But while that is going on, okay, so if you remember the previous link that we shared, I'm going to share it again just in case people that joined did not have access to it. That's the single link, right? The first one, there's an option for Q&A. So while the panel session is happening, you would have questions. You have questions right now. The panel session is for those that are MVPs at Microsoft and some Microsoft employees. So if you have questions about anything relating to Microsoft or in tech in general, this is your opportunity to ask them. So let me see how I can project that link again. So you can type in your questions and then we'll be answering them one by one after the list of questions for them. In the meantime, someone is helping me. Any other questions right now that I need to answer? Just
Okay, so what's an event without free Wi-Fi? Right? I can see somebody else. I can see somebody is asking that question already. Okay, so let's do some. And I'm going to get that to you. That's on the way. That's on the way. Don't worry. At the end of the event, while you're paying out, you get your package or your bill. So don't worry about that. Yeah, don't say. It's going to be at the end of the event. So we'll also get for the internet, we're going to get it to you when it's time for the breakout sessions, right? Don't worry, we'll get it to you then so you can use them. Right? And so you also, I think that another question, hope it's a surprise. It's been a surprise. So just keep waiting for the surprise. Any other question? Elon Musk, please hire me. I think that's really great, right? Because trust me, there are a lot of Elon Musk, yeah, right? Right. So please connect to people. You have 5 minutes in between. You have 10 minutes in between. Connect to people. Get their numbers. Learn from them. So persons are really good at what they do, and it can help you. They probably just they want to build the next Microsoft, and they are looking for one person that they are going to build it together in a garage. So please connect with them. How can one intern with Microsoft? Okay, so these questions are actually for the panel, right? So keep all of these questions and you ask them during the panel session. Keep them coming.
You think there's another question? Okay. These are the issues, man. These are the issues. Lost the motivation to write code. Interesting. Copilot versus cursor. Is there something like cursor?
Yeah, it will. It's like this dev. No, we can. Yeah, it's like a co-pilot basically that helps you code, but with prompting. But I think I still prefer co-pilot. Now. To be honest, there's so many things I like for a week now that I was able to do. Yeah.
So
So this take on.
Oh yes, there's a hashtag. There is a hashtag. After the panel session, I'll there are hashtags. And when you're okay, let me just say Microsoft Reactor, you're going to tag I need your attention. It's important for Microsoft Reactor to know that we appreciate the effort that they put into partnering with us for this event. So please, whenever you're making any post, be it on LinkedIn or on X or Twitter, ensure to tag Microsoft Reactor. That's the name, that's the username on both LinkedIn or X, please. And MLSA Nigeria. I think, is there any underscore in our name? I think it's just straight up MLSA Nigeria. MLSA Nigeria and Microsoft Reactor. And then the hashtag is Microsoft DevConnect. I'll project that after the final session, but just have it in mind. Microsoft Reactor, MLSA Nigeria, and the hashtag is Microsoft DevConnect. Please.
All right.
So the final session is happening now. Please let's welcome our host, Daniel.
Hi everyone. So I'm going to be your host for this panel session, and we have three amazing. Oh, I have to speak up. Okay. Perfect. So I hope you can all hear me perfectly. Please, at any point, if you can't hear me, please make sure to let me know. So my name is Daniel Moran. I'm a Beta Microsoft Vincent Ambassador, and I'll be your host for today. And we have three amazing speakers who are going to be talking to us.
Okay.
And as well, we're going to ask them questions at the end. Right. So they are going to introduce themselves, right? We get started. So I'm just going to call Jafflet. This is a round of applause as I clap for them. Let's go. So let's call everyone to be so. And then Ola Bayomi. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. I'm not seeing those hands. I'm not seeing those hands. Okay, so let's give a few minutes for her to join in and then we get started. How many of you are excited? I hope you have questions because me, I have questions. Do you have questions for this? Do you even know who they are? You have questions. Do you know who they are? Do you know who they are? They are bosses, right? But we need to introduce our bosses, right? So that you can know who they are and then how important they are to be sitting in our midst like this, right? So I'll go with Japhet. I will say Japhet is my Oga. That's time. Anything I need, I will do that. So let him give a formal introduction of himself and then over to the Yusuf will do the same as well. Is that okay? Over to you, Japhet.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Jafflet. Yes, that's all about me. Um, and it's great to be here with you all. Just act as if you didn't hear anything he said and try to know me from scratch all over again. I work at Microsoft as a cloud advocate, and what we do is help people to learn about Microsoft technologies and build Microsoft technologies.
Okay, thank you very much. And you, what to do?
All right, so I'm Oluwatobi Yusuf. You can call me just Toby. That's fine. All right. Okay, I'll try to. Okay, so I'm Oluwatobi Yusuf. You can just call me Toby. I'm at work. People refer to me as Microsoft. I don't work at Microsoft. By the way. I work at Axon Manfred. I call it a small tech team. Yeah, at Axon Manfred. We deal with process engineering, and I believe we'll be talking about it. We looked at during the course of our time here. I'm a Microsoft MVP as well, was a good professional, and I'm a community leader. I love to contribute. I love to be around people that contribute knowledge, like you had. That plays your gas, so hopefully, before we do here.
Very much for that introduction. All right, so I think we might just get started while Olada joins us, and then when she joins us, we'll introduce her. So I'll start with Jafflet. Right? And my first question to Jafflet is, how did you get into Microsoft? And I think that's an interesting story because I have like the backstory. I have an idea of how you got to Microsoft. But allow Jafflet tell us how he got into Microsoft.
Okay. So first, prior to joining Microsoft, I was a Microsoft-led student ambassador. And they have the opportunity to do this here at Microsoft, right? Does that mean when you become a Microsoft student ambassador, you would get to work at Microsoft? Well, I can't say 100%. So I'm not saying become a Microsoft student ambassador to work at Microsoft, but I'm saying you would definitely have access to resources and opportunities that would help you succeed. I was seeing lots of Microsoft ambassadors who are not working for Microsoft, but they are leading so many teams within organizations around the globe. So yes, that was how I got in. Utilizing the opportunities I had while I was a Microsoft student ambassador really went a long way.
All right, thank you very much for that. And Olada is here. A round of applause for her. So please give us a brief introduction about you. Yes.
Oh, hi everyone. So sorry I'm a bit late. My name is Dayo, and
What are the key things you focus on becoming program manager.
I think everybody here, right? All right.
Mhm.
You're a software developer. I cannot maybe a bit of Python. Oh, that's not my core. I'm mainly program manager that's execution of programs. So that means if so what's the announcement? No? The initiative to I think you're here for to Microsoft is our hopefully I know we have very large population. So it's more like stakeholder engagement, I would say. Digital stakeholder engagement, program and project management. I would just say like marketing and communication.
Okay, that's interesting to know. All right, so I will go to Oluwatobi. I think you've also answered my question, which is tell us about yourself and what you do. So you've already told us what you do. So I'm going to ask you, how did you become a part of the Microsoft MVP program?
All right, so I'll say that about the interesting story. That was back then. So for me, I came to I got upgraded to more Power Platform for Microsoft, all of this. So I got to know about Power Platform when I finished school, and then we were discussing that was really work. All right, so but I had students and I got into Microsoft Partner Company as an intern, and I grew my career from here. I didn't know anything about the community. So then I was looking for a community to join. So I went online to check and I saw this community on Telegram for an Asian community in India. So I was with them for a while, contributing there. And long story short, I got some things from there. But I later found out that we have a community here. And I joined the community and also organized a physical event. That's the platform to count. What's about that? Platform. So that is for right. So we have the global power platform to become Lagos. We haven't achieved a lot. And I saw this boot was coming up. So I submitted to speak at this section. And later on, I started contributing to the community. And when I talk of contributing in the individual groups, so the group can be on Twitter as it was at that time, presently called X. It could be on WhatsApp, it could be on Telegram. When people ask questions, I answer this question. And when people need all of those little help with little things, maybe speaking at an event and other things like that, I'm always up to volunteer to be there. That was what I was saying. Though I talk about it on my page. So on my Twitter page, on my WhatsApp, LinkedIn, I talk about it. And then I got a message from, I think his name is Flo Joe, he's a Microsoft MVP. So to be a Microsoft MVP, you're either nominated by Microsoft staff or by another Microsoft MVP. So I was just doing what I was doing. My mind wasn't on Microsoft MVP. So the guy reached out to me from US and I'm like, oh, he has been seeing my works and would like to nominate me for Microsoft MVP. I said, okay. So he told me to go, just do some other articles and all of that. I kept doing that. Somebody else reached out to me, wanted to nominate me as Microsoft MVP. So that that the portal is closed, but in 2 months' time, they're going to nominate me. So I was just doing what I was doing. Like I said, my mind wasn't on that. I was just doing what I was doing, helping the community and all of that. Then how many people know David Abu? David Abu. All right, so I'll just come back from work that particular day and David Abu just spoke. Kobe, you're in me, send it. And I also that I've been nominated for the next of MVP and I joined the
I think that's an interesting story. Around that. And I think one of the things we can learn there is about contributing, right? I don't think you aimed for it. So you were just doing stuff, learning, and then growing a community. That's very fair. Right. So to Dio, my question would be, what career advice do you have for those looking to join Microsoft?
It's not just for young people to learn. So I think generally, it's honestly just put your mind to whatever it is you want to do, right? I don't want to aspire too much, but just put your mind to it and make sure that at the end of the day, whatever it is that you have to do, you say, "Oh, I give this my best effort," whatever the outcome may be. Not all the outcome will be good. Not everything is a win-win. You Noya said something yesterday about failure, failing forward, learning that when you fail, it's not at a disadvantage. You're learning from it. Whatever happens, learn from it. But just make sure that whatever you do, you give you 100%, and trust me, it's very rewarding. It will be rewarding. And yeah, put God in it as well. Don't forget God. God, don't forget God. But like, yeah, that's just it. Do your best and hope for the best as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for her. All right. So to Oluwatobi, how has it been? How has it been being a member of the Microsoft MVP?
It's been an amazing journey so far. I was nominated on 2022. I became MVP 2022 November, and I've been I think 2022. Yeah, I've been an MVP since then till now. So it's something that just in 1 year, so we keep renewing. So meaning I've been contributing that right to keep renewing it for me, and it's been interesting. All right. So I was interested. There's something that comes with good mental intelligence. So there's this store that comes with it. Yeah, I've enjoyed that for a while. But I think aside that, for me, what I really enjoyed the most, right, is the community of individuals get interacted, right? So you get to meet other persons, people that are up there in their career, they've been in the industry 15 years, 20 years. Wait, wait. We meet people that are 15 years, 20 years, 25 years in the industry. They are, interacting with them. And that's one of the privilege I've come to enjoy. Another thing is, as a mentor, speaking for or representing. So, for example, the product manager for our platform or business acceleration in general, we get to interact. So, meaning when there are issues with the platform, we get to interact with this team that, oh, and this particular product is having issues of all of that. And the product manager also replies to us and they respond on time. They try to fix it on time. That's why they tell you they have issues. If you know any MVP, just reach out to them. They know how to get about it. And all of these are fixed on time. That's what also another thing I think I get to enjoy. Then one other thing I would say I want to mention is any new updates. Microsoft releases update like very, very frequent. Probably something I've changed. I was going to say this in my section, but let me say it here. When I joined Power Platform, when I joined one of the tools I use or the platform I use, we had just 256 connectors. I'll talk about connectors when I'm speaking my section. But right now, we have, I think, Jeffrey was saying, we have over 1,400 connectors. You see how it has grown. And like I said, I've just been 4 years in the industry. Now look, with AI coming in and other things, this is going to increase exponentially, not just in terms of addition and all of that. So you get to see all of these new updates. So as it's coming now, you are being told that MVP. So we first test it. So before any other person hear about it or before it gets to the public, we get to know about it first. We get to test on it, then you get now hear about it. So and also tend to give them idea. We think this will go better and then this and that. And come on, take all of them and look at it. So those are benefits you get there. As in, not to mention, think good training.
Yes, that's really nice. Thank you very much for that. So we have Uduka here. Hi, Uduka. Please a round of applause for her. All right. So please quickly tell us about yourself and what you do at Microsoft. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Hello, everybody. My name is Udoka. I know some of you came here for AI tour yesterday. I think 2 days ago. My name is Udoka. I'm a cloud solution architect. So what we do is we interface between Microsoft engineering teams and the customers engineering teams. So we are the intermediary engineers, right? So I think that's the most of it. And I work on modern work technologies and co-pilots. Right. So I think that's just a summary.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I'm going to come back to you, but before that, let me go to Jafet and ask him, what's your day-to-day life at Microsoft?
So it's a little bit around helping people to learn about these technologies and build solutions with it. For Microsoft's mission, it's empowering people, right? Giving them access to tools, to opportunities to make the technologies lots better. So helping people to learn about them, helping them along the way. It's more like holding their hands and walking them through it. And probably you might have heard of curriculums that have been released by the Cloud Advocacy team, generative AI curriculum for beginners. Have you seen, any of us have accessed it? Generative AI for .NET developers, all of those resources are actually there. You have cloud skills challenges, which I'm sure a lot of you completed. So having those curated learning resources that can help you to build solutions for Microsoft technologies. And it's also about bringing community together, working closely with the community, working with Microsoft Let's Student Ambassadors, working with Microsoft MVPs, just majorly empowering people, right? How do we get you to build solutions with these technologies? And most, you don't have to pay for it, right? So it's different from, hey, come and buy, come and get a GitHub subscription. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying, come and use it for free, use AI, use this AI to use Copilot. This is how you can get access to it. This is how you can build solutions to it. So anything in between that circle is what I do. Hosting events could be creating resources. It could be learning new things so that I can help developers to use them. All of those are what is entailed.
All right, I think that's interesting. Is that no?
Yeah.
I think that's interesting. To be like it was.
It's interesting.
Yes, it is. You're more like you're creating experiences for people.
Well, while it's also interesting, it's also about helping people from different areas or with different skill sets to learn something, right? And that could be, a little bit difficult, right? Helping people to learn, okay, this is what you need to do. This is how you can make this come to life. This is this tool. People most times are already using tools that they feel are much better. So how do you help them to actually fall in love with these tools and use them to build solutions, see the efficiency of them?
But do you get excited when you see people use things like it?
It's really exciting and it's great. When you get to see, for example, the curriculums, the resources, somebody learning about artificial intelligence or generative AI for beginners and say, oh, I got to really do this great stuff because I got access to your resource, or I had the opportunity to learn about this from you from a session. I still remember before I joined in 2022, there was a specific solution I worked on and I demoed it. And 2 years after, somebody on that YouTube video commented that they have been looking for that specific thing and they just found it there. So that's really exciting. And I mean, it's something that is beautiful when you get to see how it works.
A round of applause for Dr. from the All right, back to the doctor. I just have one more question for you. And the question is, what advice do you have for anyone who wants to become a CSE at
All right, first of all, I'll start by saying being a cloud architect, actually, it's not a generalist rule that suffices to every other technology. You have to be specific on the technologies that you work on. myself, I work on our more than one technologies, so everything in Microsoft 365 and Copilot. Those are the things I cover. There are other CSAs that work in our digital lab and innovation teams, people that are in infrastructure teams. They are just specific teams on specific cloud products. The easiest way I'll tell you to start now, to start building the skills to get there, is to look at Microsoft's cloud spread. Pick one that you like, right? It might be Azure, it might be Power Platform, whatever it is, pick that specific one and look for the tool in that one that you really, really like and really do it. Here's why. So I work with our customers every day in their engineering teams. Customers think about 1,001 million ways to use the one application you give them, right? So what they're doing is, Microsoft has built, let me use Copilot. Microsoft has built Microsoft Copilot. Now you're coming to tell us that, we can build agents on that. I have this, I want to use it to prepare my mother's food, I want to use it to make her bed, I want to use it to do this. Some of the things are just out of this world that you can think about. But what's going to help you to sit back and think about where their business is headed. So it's just beyond the technical skills that you have, right? You're going to sit with stakeholders and you're going to explain to them how your technology you've learned so well fits into their business strategy and what's going to be the value at the end of it. So you're going to learn how to communicate with stakeholders and how to look at something and determine that, well, if you deploy this application, it will help these specific users or it will hit these specific targets, right? Because they're paying you billions and millions to do that for them, right? So you have to sit your head down and really map out the entire architecture of the environment. First of all, understanding where are you really going as a business, right? Let's say, I don't know, company I want to use now. Okay, Oracle is by the corner. So let's say Oracle comes to Microsoft and says they want to buy Copilot, right? The sales team will do their process, they do all they need to do, right? And once they are done with that, Oracle decides to buy Copilot. Immediately, Oracle finishes their sales process. I'm the one that's going to come in and say, hey, what do you want to do with this Copilot? These are the use cases that you've heard so far. Obviously, they will tell you everything they've heard during the sales process. Somebody told them something and made them to buy, right? So these are the use cases that you have heard about. Fine. But thinking about your business, how do you want to use Copilot in your business? The stakeholders will bring forward many things. Usually, they'll just tell you, well, we're going to this point and we think that is how it's going to work for us. You're the one that is going to go back and think about really what they said and map out a strategic plan for them. Right. Once you're done with that, you'll come back to them again and say, okay, this is what I think is going to be valuable. And this is why. This is you debating your points now. They bought it. But now you have to prove the value and the essence of what Microsoft has said. So you're now the Microsoft person that is bringing the technology to them practically, not just a sales process. And you're showing them exactly. So you do POCs, you have MVPs to show them, right, at first. And well, sometimes because of their own organization policies, setups that they have, your MVP, even if you do it in your environment, might break. So you still have the job of figuring out why did it break. And if you cannot figure it out, you go back to engineering will come back to you. So it's just like a loop. But the key skills that you need to really understand is how to do strategic communications, business value assessments, and then have the technical skills. So the technical skills are good, but you can have them and you will not be able to get across to the customer very well and get them to use those technologies. Do you understand? So one of your KPIs would be how well you're able to communicate the value of the product and get the customer from point 0 to point 100. How well are you going to get Microsoft from being we build teams to we have 300 million users? We are the ones that make that possible, right? So how are you going to make that particular channel to go through and make sure that we went from 0 to 300 million users, and those 300 million users stay 300 and exceed 300. So it's not just about helping them to deploy the solution, ensuring that the people that are using those solutions continue to use them and they scale out. beyond what they came to you. So when the customer comes and tells you, these are what I want to do, you will need to think about other things that they've bought. So a customer can come and say, oh, I bought Copilot. And I'll ask you, why else did you buy? Right? Because I can think about how you can use Copilot in every other solution, even if it's not in my specific area. I can go talk to the other CSR and say, hey, I think that based on what this customer told me, you should do this. Right? And go back to the customer. So there's a full entire alignment. You have to have the bigger picture to how that your little application that you pick to drill into applies to every other Microsoft Cloud experience. Because one thing about Microsoft Cloud, the entire cloud is interconnected. Every single one of them. They just have a way they connect. So having that idea of how does Microsoft really put this picture together? And where do I really fit in with this, my technical skills? Then how can I take that business value statement and transform it actually to real value for the users? I hope I was able to answer.
So, my last question goes to Jacket, which is also, what advice do you have for those looking to get the job at Microsoft?
So the first thing I would say is, I think I would really resonate with Oka's point of learning something and learning it really good, right? While it is important to know a lot of things, you should actually be able to understand specific technologies and use them. Because right now in the world, it's not about who knows more, but who can actually use a specific technology to do something. So it's more solution driven than problem driven. You don't need to tell me what the problem is, or you need to do this, or but how can I use this to solve my problem? Right? And that was one thing I did. You know, somebody comes, hey, I'm having a problem with this stuff. How do I make it better? And I say, okay, you can use this specific technology that I have meant, and this applies to Microsoft technologies, but you can also apply it to every other technology or every other tool. How can I use this specific thing to solve a specific problem? And when you push it out, people get to see the value of what you do, right? There are a lot of times, and this is a little going outside Microsoft a little bit, but some organizations probably don't think they need a specific solution until they see it, right? So you need to be able to say, this is what is happening, this is what I have seen, this is this solution, this is how it can help save 5 minutes of your time, save 10 minutes of your time. And even if those roles don't exist, people would create those roles for you. For example, think of prompt engineering. Who would have thought prompt engineering would be a role, right? But people are paid to do prompt engineering because you can actually help with prompts that you just solve a problem for people. So whether it's a Microsoft, whether it's, I think that also relates to the question of internet and Microsoft. It's about learning the technology and using the technology to solve problems that people have.
Okay, so let's quickly take out questions on our Slido. Let's see how many questions we can take. Okay, so I have one for Sayo. How can one access the Microsoft AI Pro program in Nigeria? You want to take that?
The Microsoft AI tour is over, but the AI skills initiative is still on. And one way you can access the learning resources and take advantage of that is, one, you can use the on LinkedIn at Microsoft AI Skills. And also on web, you can search AI Skills Navigator. So there's a platform called the Microsoft AI Skills Navigator where essentially you can take assessment. It's fully powered by AI, of course. So it can help you curate your learning path to artificial intelligence from what level to what level. And also some learning resources, they've been curated in a way that is easily accessible for you guys. So from organizational leaders, developers, and end users, I want to believe we're all developers. We fall into the developers category here. So that way you can make use of the resources, cut across Microsoft Learn, LinkedIn Learning, So AI Skills Navigator is essentially the general applicator for all AI resources, or most of the AI resources that we have. And it's a very easy to use platform. So just search Microsoft AI Skills Navigator and also follow us on LinkedIn, X, and Facebook. No, I'm not sure. LinkedIn, X, and I don't know, one other place at Microsoft AI Skills.
All right, thank you very much. I hope that answered your question. So I saw a question from Oluwatobi. Something. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look for that. Just hold on. Yeah, just yeah.
It was up. Yeah.
Okay. I would love to learn about the future of agentic AI in Microsoft.
So yeah, when you talk about agents, like Japheth did mention during his own section, this is more like you are creating bots, right, for yourself, or you are creating bots that can. All right. All right. So when you talk about agents, these are more like bots, right? Or they are more than bots, right? So let us go back a bit in history. How many of us know Microsoft Copilot Studio? Microsoft Copilot Studio. All right. So previously it was called Power Virtual Agents. Power Virtual Agents. So then what we created was chatbots. So if, for example, if I open my environment, for example, you still be seeing those things I built as of 2020, 2021. You still be seeing the chatbots. But anything built from like 2023 till date, you see agents. Now, agents is way better. When you talk about agents, you can build this without even writing code. And you can build it once write code, like Japheth said, in a VS Code. But you can build without writing code with Microsoft Copilot Studio, and you can build writing code in VS Code. And the good thing about this is, when we were building them, it was looking more like a Q&A. Like you ask a question, I reply. So I've created multiple questions people can ask. Then this person come and chat with the chatbot and ask questions. But right now, we are building this to go more than that. So it is beyond just question and answer. For example, you have a website that has information about your product. For example, your company is a pharmaceutical company that produces drugs, and they have a lot of information there. Instead of you just creating a book of question and answer where people can just come and ask, you can direct this bot to go look into that website. And when somebody else comes and asks a question about those drugs or those information about your company, the bot goes to the website. Yes, you've not created it as part of the questions. It goes to the website, checks to the website, generates the answer from the website, and then feeds it to the person. That's where the AI feature is now coming in. And for example, you might have a document, your companies create document about their product. Instead of having to start creating question and answer for your bots to be, for your agent to start looking and feeding back, you can just direct that agent to the document. It brings out the answer from it, and then it gives it back to the person. And the good thing I really love about this is there are some analytics that you can always go back to look at, and there's a way it can learn from correction that have been made, and then gives you better responses, right? So more like learning from itself, that generative sense of AI, learning from itself and giving you better answer. That's one thing I love about it. And like I said, the analytics is one of the key things for me. So for example, you can see about 20, 50% come and ask the same question. That should tell you something. There's a problem with that particular thing they're talking about. Then your business can like, oh, you need to solve the data, you need to do something around this. That's one of the big things for me on the whole platform.
I want to add something to that. So, on top of all you have said, I think that for people that were in my session here 2 days ago, I think that you want to shift your mindsets around agents a little bit further. So we already have co-pilots it's generative AI solutions that we use, right? And from the point of the power virtual agents that we had, when the transition started, if you're really consistent on the platform, you would have noticed that there was a gradual shift before they even renamed the platform. The entire experience was already there, but I think it was not accessible to everybody. So there was this little icon button that they had somewhere that had generative AI answers, and then you plug it in, and then it's doing the magic, and people were popping up and saying, "Oh, what's this? What's this?" And then it went away, and then Copilot came in, right? I think the way you want to perceive this agent's idea is like a little assistant, like your friend. But this one basically knows you. They know you very well based off the way you work, right? And the information you have access to. So if, for instance, you're in an organization, right? And every day you work on multiple files, you do everything you do, the system is learning you and taking note of this is who this person is, right? If myself and what's her name? Toby. If myself and Toby were working in the same organization, Toby is working his way, I'm working my own way. We are accessing the same agent, right? If Toby asks the same question I ask, the answers I would get will be related to me. It's going to be more personalized. And what Toby will also get will be more personalized. It may be slightly the same, but because our interactions are different, and he understands the kind of things that I do, and he knows the data I have access to, two things. It's going to give us what's specific to me, what's specific to you. So the idea behind agents is more like creating a personalized assistant for yourself. So every other, let's use the Copilot. Every other Copilot you have, the security, GitHub, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, wherever anywhere Microsoft has placed a Copilot, is specific to that particular application. For example, GitHub Copilot has been designed with a structure. It has been programmed in a way that it gives you a specific output that is related to developers, right? For the M365 Copilot to be more business-centric, if you compare their values and the same questions that you ask in the two platforms, it will be different because they've been built with context in mind by the engineering teams, right? So these agents are basically a way of giving you the same control in your hand to tell you, okay, create what is personal to me, but let this thing know me and let it have access to the data that I have access to, right? So depending on where you are creating these agents, let's say if you're creating an M365 agent, you don't even need to code, you don't even need to send, you just need to say, create me an agent that will do this, and all you need to do is go find the data source, integrate it, and plug it, and you are done. Like you are really done. You just use your own word, your own natural language to talk to the Copilot system and say, create maybe an agent that helps me to look through my files and sends me a report about whatever. What it's going to do is going to go feed in the context to that agent. If you go to the configuration tab of that, you will see all the contextual information it has filled in. Your only job would be point me to the data. That's only your job, right? And then you go a step further to Copilot Studio, where you have actions that you need to put in, and then you keep going further to VS Code, where you can design from the start to the finish, right? So there are levels to it, but what's really important is for you to understand that these things are systems that are built for your own context, your own business context, or your own organization-specific context, right? So every organization, by the time this entire agency experience, people really start getting grasp of it, we'll start getting to points where organizations would want to like build out what fits them in different scenarios. Because if you talk to people, like talk to anybody in any company, two people in the same role talk about the same thing, two different ways, right? So the idea is give these people something that knows each of them, so that when they ask their questions to the same data points that they have, it will respond in a way that is related to who these people are, right? So if you even look at the analytics as well, you would see slightly different, you will see differentiations as well, because the main users of this system and the designers and the engineers that have designed this have built the system in a way that it tries to first of all understand who is this person. And then it looks at the data. Okay, this person is this, and this. It has already grouped you based on who you are. And then it tries to respond to you in that way. I hope it's clear to you right now.
Yeah.
And just to add, I think for the question of what it's going to look like in future, it's even going to get a lot more advanced. Thank you for highlighting that. It's more like your PA, exactly. Right? More like your PA, more like, you don't need somebody carrying files for you anymore. You need to book a flight. You can go over to your agent and say, hey, I need to book a flight, get this done for me, it's going to get it done for you. I'm running this campaign and I need to do marketing. Can you go over? What it's going to do is it's going to go through, create a post on all your social media handles, do the analytics, do a report, come back and give you the report and say, this one can do better. Do you understand? So it's more like a human. I know we used to have, back then we used to have virtual agents. No, there's what we call it, customer, we used to have these customer people, customer representatives, and then we have bots who now moved and transitioned, right? So it's going to continue taking all of those space. Just the same way people will no longer be there to receive calls and say, hey, I'm from XY company. I mean, it's going to be reduced. Not like people are not going to do that, but it's reducing the number of people that are going to be your customer care representatives. That's the same way it's going to need the people you actually need to get those basic stuffs done for you. It will help you do lots of things that humans, improve the process, right? Improve the process, do it faster, get you better analytics, tell you how you can get that job done better. So it's bigger than we can imagine. I don't know who asked the question, but agentic AI is bigger. It's going to be bigger. It's going to solve, improve a lot of things and solve some really, really, I won't call them problems.
Actually,
So yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions, but I know Toby and Japhet are still around, so you can walk up to them and ask your question. So I think we're going to be moving into the next set of sessions now. And I'll leave it to Adorable and that will take over.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Someone needs a piece of clarity.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so about
people.
can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we were talking about the agentic AI.
Yeah.
But the point of views I heard were towards the reactive aspects, in the sense that when you get a prompt, it gives a response, right? What about the aspect of autonomy? Most of what is centered around agentic AI right now is about autonomy and allowing your AI agents to perform actions without you doing anything. For example, in a banking system, you want to, for example, like at a particular time in the month, you don't have to schedule it, but you know that this user, it recognizes the pattern of the user. Okay, this user does this specific thing or request for a statement at this particular point in time. So it already automatically generates and sends to that particular user without the user actually having to ask for it. That was my understanding around agentic AI.
So it's a progressive journey, right? I think last week, for instance, when I came into my Outlook environment, I just popped it open and I saw Copilot running and sending me all the messages. I was like, wait, what? When did it start? Right? And I think that we're already very close to that because we've already done the schedule prompting and it's already running in Copilot. But that one you have to activate it. And to what I was just talking about, I just saw that the engineering team has already put in place. It already knows what I come to look for in my emails, and it was summarizing those things for me and telling me about them, right? So I think that it's something that is already I think that it's something that is already very closer than we see it coming, and it's something that everybody needs to really get on board with. And to Japhlet's point as well, this whole thing it's not going to take away anybody's work. I think we need to really shift our mindset about what's happening with AI. What's happening with AI is, for example, if I had things that I used to do before, I spend so much time mailing my customers back and forth, trying to understand what they are doing, referring to all their old documents. I don't have that time anymore. I already have an agent that I built on all my data, right? So I just ask what's happening with this customer, and it reviews everything for me and it returns the answer, right? So we're still at the point where you need to still prompt it, right? But to what I've already seen coming in, I cannot talk about it because, but so what I already see coming in, we're already pretty really close to that point. And it's closer than we think. Actually, with the speed at which AI has grown, the advancement we've seen so far from all these companies that are at the forefront, with Microsoft at the front of, all right, of course, we are very, very close to even go beyond the point of generative, because what we're still doing is generative AI solutions, right? But the next phase of AI is going to be more intense than what we are seeing now. And I always tell people that you need to use the phase you are in now and start getting prepared for what's coming ahead, because it's a lot, right? And it's still more, and we'll still hear people that would still say, "Oh, it's going to just destroy the whole world." In fact, right? But we need to get prepared, right? All these systems are here to like improve your entire processes. They're not here to make you redundant. You're supposed to start seeing it as, okay, if I spend all the time before reading my notes and now I can ask AI, then I should be using that time to do something better. It's freeing up the time for you, right?
Yeah.
You should be using it to do something better that will make you a better person. So if you're not doing that, it's on you. Nobody took anything from you. But the one that made it properly, mistakes yourself. And I think before I leave, I wanted to really talk about the career advice, just to add to what Dio added. When you're doing all of these things, you're working, you're putting in your best. I like to tell people to always keep like a very broad mind to all their efforts. That's why sometimes you don't have the full picture of even who you are and what you're capable of until you're put in situations that test your knowledge. Until that knowledge is tested, you're just assuming that you know it, right? Sometimes your knowledge gets tested and you see that, oh, I really knew this beyond what I knew. I think I knew. Or, okay, I need some work to do. Whichever one it is, you should always be open to either moving forward or falling forward. Whether it's falling or you're moving, just keep your mind that this is heading forward. So always be open to like take the mistakes or the learnings. Even if you win, there's a learning inside there. I've seen people that will say, but I won now. What is the learning? There's a learning inside there. What are the things that really made that process successful? Tomorrow, it might not be Microsoft. It might be in somewhere else that will really bring out the best of you. It might be in Microsoft to bring out the best of you. You will still learn, but just continuously learn. The idea about life is continuity to everything you're doing. Even if you fail, stand up. It's just that simple. Stand up, because things happen. Life is not set on stone. Nobody maps and says, okay, if Satya joins Microsoft, after this number of years, he'll be promoted, then he'll be promoted, then his visa will almost be denied, and then nobody knew, even he did not know it. But one thing that he did was to stay consistent on his paths. I'm using Satya is like 1% of the 1%, right? But there are still other examples around. If you even look at your life, you would see continuity has been the thing that has driven you to the point you are. So just stay consistent on what, and try to evolve. Don't say me like this. The only thing I know is this thing, nothing like other thing that attack is like you will old. People leave here and go forward. So when you hear something new is coming in, even if it doesn't interest you, just try to read it and have an awareness of it. You don't know the situation to come in handy for you, and you don't know how life will change at any point. You don't know where the winds of life will blow you. So just stay prepared for anything, and even if you fail, just keep moving forward.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the and thank you very much. And we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, if you ask me, that round of applause that I had the last time was not giving you. So please, let's show more appreciation for our speakers. So quickly, let's move ahead to the next session, and we are having a lightning talk by a very good friend of mine, and I promise you're going to really enjoy it. This person is a DevOps engineer, a master of automation, like trouble. Continuously
cutting-edge solutions that propel innovation, but its impact extends far beyond the realms of code and server. From creating speakers at BuildStuffCon 2023 and CDCon Japan 2023 as a program committee to leading the charge as an AWS ambassador, GitHub campus expert, and Microsoft Learn to Learn ambassador. Rashid's footprint is nothing short of colossal. He's a community architect shaping the future of tech discourse, one empowered mind at a time.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not loud enough. You cannot hear me. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. The room is too cold. Can we have the AC or something? Okay, not that cold, but okay, let's do exercise together. I would say Microsoft to give me a cloud, Microsoft Reactor 2 cloud, Microsoft Reactor DevConnect 3. Do you get the instruction? Okay, we are all LLMs, so once you put in okay, so Microsoft Reactor, Microsoft Reactor. All of us will be blaming LLM that they are hallucinating, but then Microsoft Reactor DevConnect. Thank you so much. I know some of us we did not remember to do exercise this morning, so you all should pay me for being your yoga master. Thank you. So I will be taking us through AI, cloud, and open source, the next frontier. Everybody have been talking about. Sorry, can I see my slide?
Yes. Listen to us.
They gave me time, so I don't want them to drag me out of this place. Okay, so the basic thing I want us to go through is an overview of how AI can help you out of your work, most especially people that are doing development, software engineers, and people that are into operations, the basic operations team, and then people that are doing DevOps. Okay, so and then we'll talk a little bit about the open source tools that are out there that you can leverage on and you can use. So I am Rashid Mudasiru, and I recently graduated from university. Looking forward to what is next in life. I am a community organizer. Because of my time, I don't have the luxury of time to mention or to be counting the community I've organized or that I'm currently organizing. I love traveling, and most time I love while I'm traveling, I love to think about what can I hack, what can I build next, and all. So I'm a GitHub campus expert, currently doing DevOps as a software engineer, and I love open source. I love talking about open source. We do have a session where we talk about open source, DevOps, and the link you can see on the screen is what you can use to access them on YouTube, how you can get started on it. If you are an organization, how you can leverage on those tools to get you started and how you can move away from there. For what we are to do today, we look into AI, how it can be useful for us when we are developing. And then we will talk about cloud, definitely, Microsoft Cloud. Okay, so, and then we see some open source tools that we can leverage on. We see as an AI that we'll be using as a case study or that we'll be using today,
GitHub Copilot. We'll be checking Microsoft Azure and different open source developer tools that are out there. And at the end of this talk, I will be leaving us with one thing. So pay attention to that thing when we get there. We all remember this partnership some years back, not too long, maybe 1 or 2 years back. Okay, so there's this partnership between Microsoft and AMD to empower people that are building AI model, machine learning model on the best way to get it deployed. The mission then was, okay, how can we bring interoperability into AI cloud and how can we make it available for everybody to use? Okay, so after that, there are a lot of things that have went down the throne. People have gotten to see things that happens and all. But then we'll see how things work out and then how that partnership really helped in building AI solution around the world. Okay, so these are the basic terms that we may need to know. We don't know what AI is. That's a machine that can mimic human intelligence. We have three basic of that. We have the ANI, which is the artificial narrow intelligence, which it can only do what you ask it to do, like our natural language, our LLMs, and all. And then we have the AGI, the one people are craving for, that let it think on its own, let it take action by itself. And then we have the SSI, the one that is more super intelligent than human. And then we are not yet there. We are still on the road. And then the other definition that you can see on the screen is the on-demand delivery of computing service, which is the definition for cloud. Okay, if they ask what is cloud, stop thinking about the one you can see when you look up. It's definitely on-demand delivery of computing service, be it server and all that you can host your resources and all. And then when we talk of open source, these are the software that give you access to their code for you to edit and do whatever thing you can do with it. So there are rules guiding this. We have what is called licensing. That's not what we are talking about today. So those are the basic definition of our topic. Okay. So moving on, leveraging AI, and then I told us in the beginning that we'll be talking about the GitHub Copilot. So what is GitHub Copilot? GitHub Copilot is that tool that you can integrate into your VS Code or wherever extension that IDE that you are using to develop whatever code you are writing. So that's thing that you can integrate into that platform to be able to speed up your work, ask for suggestion, and do a lot of things. That is what GitHub Copilot comes to do. So in the beginning of the GitHub Copilot or the AI race that GitHub Copilot joined, people are not interested in the beginning, and the chart that we can see on the screen actually shows how people are adopting the Copilot of 18, and we can see how it's grow and how according to this, they said there are 55% people currently adopting that. And then from there, they make a projection that by the end of 2030, generative AI supporting people that write codes, that are helping people to be productive, will be contributing over $1.5 trillion to the global GDP. So if somebody is asking that, are they trying to make people lazy? They don't want people to learn from scratch. If something can contribute up to this amount, we should see it as something that is very powerful and can help us to be more better. Okay, moving on. How GitHub Copilot works in the basic you cannot hear me.
No, so those online can't use. So can we quickly fix that? Just a minute.
Worry about that. But can you hear me?
Yes, if I can, it's correct.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. How's it going? Too technical? Okay. You can see it now. Sorry, let me just. Okay, I want to show people online what solution is. Not that complex. Just a couple of color put it together by Riser Scarlett, the developer advocate at that's what's the name? Sorry, I can't remember that. So those are the parts they put in. So moving on, how GitHub Copilot works. Okay, so it's basically working on OpenAI codex. So every request you are making is focusing is you're following what Chaplet explained to us the other time, how tokenization happen, how they convert what you are saying to numbers, and at the end of the day, they try to make gesture out of that. Okay, so how it works is basically the autocorrect or auto completion system that we know about. Okay, we are used to some keyboard, be it Android keyboard, when you are typing to suggest, okay, this is what you want to type next. That's what they use to play game online and say, okay, follow your auto correction or whatever it brings for you. That's who you have, something like that. So the idea that is there is what they brought to large language model, such that, okay, it will help you complete with the one that is very accurate, that is more accurate than any other one that you can see out there. Okay, you put what is to help you add my name or something like that. You say, oh, my name is this, what you are trying to do, or something around that. I think Jablet did a very wonderful job explaining that to us the other time. So that's the basic idea, and then you can integrate GitHub Copilot to different environments, Microsoft Studio, Visual Studio Code. I saw some people asking that how can you use all those things? We'll get there in a bit as well. So some features that is available for you to use on GitHub Copilot to help you to convert your comments into code. You write a comment that, oh, I want to build this in this context, something small, and you say, I want to verify. How can I verify an email? How do I know that, okay, this thing that this user type is a user or is an email? How can I do that? So you write the comments, and then can help you write the JavaScript code or the .NET code or whatever code you want the Copilot to write for you. And then it also work with autofill repetitive code. Okay, you can see the middle tab where somebody is trying to write a code and say, okay, seconds is this. Okay, you can get seconds, you can get minutes from seconds and how that is being done. And you can see how GitHub Copilot is trying to help the person that, okay, if you need the dates, if you need the hours, and if you want to get the year, this is how you get it done. And as well, it shows you you get to see different alternative. Like, okay, you get to see, oh, you can pick this suggestion instead of this particular suggestion. If I'm rushing, let me know. Okay, so this is an example. Somebody wrote a comment and say validate a phone number, and then you get to write a JavaScript code that can help you to do just that. Okay, so you can imagine what you want to do, and then we can see how that code is being tested after being written by GitHub Copilot. So this is integrated into Visual Studio Code, and then the code gets the code run at the end of the day. Okay, so some of the improvement that they put into GitHub Copilot that is making it different from other platforms that we know about, or somebody may be like, why can't I just go to ChatGPT and do this, or go to other tools that are out there to do it? Okay, so they are less vulnerable to security issues. Okay, if they are using GitHub Copilot, you tend to be more secure than somebody using those popularly or open systems that we have there. And apart from that, your organization may decide to train their own AI model and decided to run it over the GitHub Copilot instead of relying on external models that we have out there. Okay, so it is suitable for individuals and businesses. This is not strictly for business owners, and everybody can get to use it. And then it is publicly available for everybody to use. Okay, you can use it for free. So the simple way to install GitHub Copilot or get to use Copilot in your Visual Studio Code is to just go to your extension tab on your VS Code and then put Copilot there. Okay. What I normally do or follow when I'm trying to do this is to look into the extension that has the highest download. Okay, so if I don't know which one is real or which one is correct, that approach may not be right all the time, but then that's what I normally do. I will just check in which one has most download. So that's what I will go for, and I will assume it's the correct one and the right one. So searching Copilot on GitHub, on Visual Studio Code, you'll be able to see that is the first thing that comes up and has a lot of download, and you can get to install it and preview and see how it will work out. So those screenshots is just showing us how you can proceed on getting it working for you in your Visual Studio Code. And second screenshot is for people that are using Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code. Okay, so let's talk about some of the benefits because of my time. So GitHub Copilot definitely boosts your developer productivity. I guess they released a document that was like 6 to 7 months ago, claiming that over 55% of people that use what's it called, GitHub Copilot, gave a positive feedback on how it helped them boost their productivities and all. And apart from that, the projection I showed us in the beginning of the slide telling us that, okay, by the end of this social time, this is the amount of money this thing is going to contribute to the GDP of the global economy. So it's saved you from context switching, save you from thinking of, okay, let me go to Stack Overflow to copy this particular snippet and go to a GitHub issue, find another snippet, go to some all those tools that we use to share code. Instead of doing that, you can get everything done for you by GitHub Copilot. And finally, you get access to public code to access. Everybody have been talking about agents. So GitHub Copilot team are bringing agents into their own system as well for us to use as a developer or people that are interested in that. Okay, so this will have one advantage that you get out of using agents or using agents mode is basically to help you to debug your code. Okay, so say for instance, this Copilot, okay, Copilot will help you, will help understand your code base and then make suggestions based on that and make correction. We have agent mode for end-to-end coding that will help you to check different files that you have in your project and at the end of the day make correction. You have batch edits, you can edit multiple files at the same time. Okay, they are telling me that my time is almost up, so I just finished the first part. I'm going to the second part. Okay, so we have Microsoft Azure. That's the cloud part of our discussion. So Microsoft Azure is that platform that gives you access to storage, networking, and computing. You have access to storage, networking, and computing, where you can perform, you can get to save your files, you can get to do a lot of things that we do on the cloud. Okay, so that's just the landing page of where you can get started to see a lot of things you can do with Microsoft Azure. Why should you consider Microsoft Azure or you should consider cloud in general? So they are very fast for you to set up. So you don't have to learn how to configure your own Linux to turn into a server to be able to run anything you want to run. They get it for you. And then they are easy to scale. You get to see how you can start with 100 customers and at the end of the day, grow to 1,000 customers by not just stressing your developers or operations team. And then definitely, since it's giving us a kind of boost or a productivity boost, it's giving us a value in the economic aspect of things as well. So these are just some of the services provided or given to us by Microsoft Azure. Okay, so while I was checking, I find out there are some free resources that you can start with. So by just going to microsoftazure.com/free or something, or search it on Google, these are the endless list they gave us that you can use for free. Some are always free, some are free for 12 months, some are free for some times, and a lot of things like that. So go check it out and see how that can help you. So we have different data centers that you can leverage on. I highlighted the South Africa part of things because they are closer to us here in Africa. So you can consider Azure because their server is actually closer. Okay, so for the last part of the discussion, okay, I think 1 minute or two, I should be done. we have the AKS, that's the Azure Kubernetes Service. Okay, so people that run microservices, they should know what a Kubernetes is. Kubernetes is that system that helps you to run your container in an orchestrated way. They call them an orchestrator or orchestration platform. That's what they call Kubernetes. Okay, so when you make an image out of your app, a Docker image out of your app, you turn it to a container by running that particular image, and then you get it deployed into a Kubernetes environment. So that you're running container, turning into a pod can be managed for you by Azure, and that is what AKS is doing for you. Okay, so it's a cloud native environment for you to be able to enjoy that. Okay, so some of the open source tools that I wish to talk about, but then I may not be able to go deep into them. The one we can see on the screen at the moment, we have the Olama. I think everybody should know that. So, an open source model that you can get to use by yourself. We have a platform you can run it on that can turn your model into different platforms. And then we have fair learning. People are looking into how can we get this platform to be fair to everybody. Okay, so you can integrate fair learn to your platform as well. DeepSeek, we have LM Studio, we have Dapper, everybody knows Docker, everybody knows Visual Studio Code. Okay, all these things are the tools that are open and free for us to use. We have call for you to make a query to any server or any API endpoint and do a lot of things. We have Pocketbase. You want to look into an open source tool for your database and a lot of tools like that. And the Kubernetes part that I mentioned the other time for you to take your Docker image into an high level and make it scalable and available for everybody to use your products. The future of software development is open. It is open source that is winning. So, and it is intelligent. Okay, so that is AI part of the story. And it is going to be cloud powered at the end of the day. Okay, so we can say that talking about open source is not, or listening to a talk about open source is not a waste of time, because the future of software development is going to be open. It's open already and is intelligent. Listening about AI or researching about AI is not a waste of time as well, and it's going to be cloud powered. So for that reason, embrace AI, contribute to open source, and then bid for scale. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Rashid, and you can follow me on Facebook. Thank you. Any question, or is there a chance to ask question? So they've been telling you.
It's a question. We don't have any questions.
Okay. Summary.
Say something about using Copilot, like and like debug your code, like how it like efficient.
How efficient, like giving you a partiality score. Okay, that's what we call partiality score. That's what we use to measure how efficient an LLM is. Okay, so if you want to ask me that, okay, what's the partiality score for using GitHub Copilot in your system, I may not be able to do that, but then definitely all these systems are learning every day and they are getting better. So if you expect 100%, 1.0 virtuality score, you may not be able to get that, but then they're doing their best. Okay, thinking about the agents mode for the Copilot as well, GitHub Copilot as well. This uses your own code base to understand how you structure your work and uses that to give you another response or fixes your bug or answer your question while you're making your code better or refactoring your code. I don't know, maybe that answers your question. Okay.
Okay, yeah, for copilots, I understand that it's majorly being used on PSP. For those of us that use a Vim or Byte for Ubuntu for Linux, is there any provision for copilots on such operating system, or is strictly for Windows and VS Code?
VS Code is not Windows. Sorry. Okay, so thank you. I think I get your question. Like, okay, people that use Vim. I don't use Vim too much because I don't write too much code again. So I feel I cannot answer whether how best for you how you can integrate GitHub Copilot in your Vim environment. But definitely using GitHub Copilot is beyond Visual Studio Code. Okay, there's a slide I showed us where we have the this JetBrains IDE where you can how you can do that. There's a way of integrating GitHub Copilot into your JetBrains IDE, into your Visual Studio Code, into your Visual Studio, and yeah, those are the popular ones, you know. But for me, how to integrate GitHub Copilot into what they call Vim environment, I have no answer. Okay, if there's anybody that can help us out on that. He said Vim, not new Vim.
Just looking for
Can
as far as any entity can install that install private extension, that's because private.
okay, are you saying in as much you can install GitHub Visual Studio Code extension? Okay, so the question now is can you use Visual Studio Code extension
On Ubuntu.
Yes, there is.
Okay,
Install the extension on yeah.
So the answer now is if you can install GitHub Visual Studio Code extension in your IDE, definitely you can use GitHub Copilot. Does that answer your question, or do you need more clarity?
Can install it yeah, so you'll be able to use GitHub Copilot. Another thing. I'm not saying because
Is still having another concern. Okay, continue your question. Hello, talk to us. Don't talk to another person. Oh, yeah.
I was trying to get clarification on what I asked.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand him. So he's saying that there's a provision for that. That since I can install that. That there is a tendency of me being able to install the Copilot extension and make use of it in my own ID. And I said the
Okay.
ID is being like it's not a VS Code.
Okay, so sorry about that. We can take this discussion out of this place. I would like to have the conversation with everyone here, and if you cannot meet again, let's do Google search. Let's prompt those LLM. Ask GitHub Copilot, can I use you on Vim, or how can I use you? All right. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, so we have another lightning section coming up. Oluwatobi. I'm going to read his bio. He is a passionate, intelligent solution and low-code specialist with over 4 years of experience in technical consulting and delivering cutting-edge technology. As the lead of business process automation at XAXA Manchad, he has crafted transformative solutions that drive operational efficiency and precision, earning him the prestigious Staff of the Year in 2023 and the role of AXA Ambassador since 2024. As a celebrated Microsoft's most valuable professional, that's the MVP, and Microsoft certified trainer, he excels in business application development, architecture design, process engineering, and data analysis. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering from Federal University of Technology and a master's degree specializing in artificial intelligence from Nextport University. Driven by passion for growth and learning, Oluwatobi is not only a technical expert but a dedicated mentor and a community leader. He empowers others, he fosters innovation and champions digital transformation, inspiring those around him to embrace the future of technology. He is a proud kingdom citizen, deeply committed to creating a meaningful and positive impact. Is Toby in the house? Yes. All right. So with a round of applause, can we have
So good morning, everyone. Afternoon, please. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Oluwatobi, so you can just call me Toby, that's fine. Today I'll be talking on building smarter, and I'll be talking about leveraging low code and AI. Right. So how many of us have heard of low code? Low code. Okay, where the Power Platform. Okay. How many of us have used Copilot? You've used it. You've used it. Copilot. You've used it. Over there, anyone? Copilot. All right. So, like I said, I was speaking on low code and plus Copilot, building smarter, not harder. All right. Now, like I said, the word has changed. During our panel section, I was talking about how the connectors, all right. So maybe I'll start from here. How connectors have increased. So when you talk of low code, let me come back to low code. A lot of us know about the coding parts. You know about Python. How many of us know Python? At least you've not used it, but you know about Python. Java, JavaScript, exactly. So we know all of this coding language, right? So now we have the coding parts of tech. That has to do with developing, writing all of these codes. Now there's also another part called the no code part of it. I like to categorize tech into coding, no code, then low code. So coding having to do with all of your JavaScript, front end, back end, Angular, React, Node.js, and the rest. Non-code, no code. We have the likes of Dio, program managers, project managers, Scrum masters. Apologies. Let me just All right. So apologies. I just trying to set up something there. Okay, so my slide will be coming up pretty soon. So I was talking about coding and the no code part, right? So no code, talking about project manager, your Scrum master. You've heard of Scrum master, please let me see, Scrum master. But I'm sure a lot of us have heard of project manager. Project manager. Yeah. Exactly. Program managers, the rest of them, they don't write any code, right? Then there's the low code. Now, low code comes in between this space. And what do the low code do? The low code. So the low code comes in between this space. And what do the low code do? Low code is I think the low code. 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 Low code is Right now, people are talking a rapping career. All right, so on the lighter note, okay, I think that will go on pretty soon. Yeah? Okay. So yeah, I was talking about low code. Low code is sorry about that. Okay. So I know it's what I said before. All right. So when you talk about low code has to do with they're writing a bit of no, I will not call it code, or some people call it code, but Excel formulas. If you've used Excel, let me see your hands up, please. Excel, at the Excel sheet, use Excel. Exactly. So exactly. So
What's going on?
I think it's a calling that should go into the rapid career. It's a calling. I'm hoping that that does not. It's okay. So that's all right. So, like I said, building smarter, not other AI plus low code and all of those. That yeah. So I was talking about low code part. Now going back to low code, right? Like I said, a lot of us here have used Excel. You've used Excel sheets. So you've used all of these summing two numbers together, some open bracket A1, B2, or all of that, and or A1, A2 rather, and they are summing, columns together or rows together, depending on what you want to do. So now, why am I bringing that here? It's because I'm trying to build a fundamental to let you know what low code is. Now, why your developers are writing code on every single thing, and not your non-code guys are not writing any code at all. Low code guys are building applications and automations for industries without writing codes or writing those few lines of code, or writing formulas like Excel. That's what they do, right? So they don't have to write all of those codes your developers would start writing, right, to start building applications. And you might be wondering, why are we doing that? That's because a lot of industries, a lot of organizations need applications. Now, a very good example I give is, I remember when I was way younger, around maybe I was 10 or 11 or 12. If you want to open a store and sell products, all you do is open a store, sell products, that's fine. But right now, I can tell you that it's debatable, right? But you can start comparing the number of WhatsApp vendors to the number of people that are selling on the streets. Because everybody, in short, right now, if you even open a store, right? You open a store, you start looking for a way to start moving that your product that's selling in your store. You have to find a way to move it online. And the reason you are doing that is that the world has come to stay. Like the world is now being digitalized. Things have changed. And there's this digital race, digital transformation journey, where everybody's trying to move everything online and move everything from just being stationary or being in one place. So people want to be able to access that information from one other place or somewhere else without having to be there. So someone wants to be at the comfort of their own doing things. And I would say one of the game changer was COVID-19 period. During COVID-19 period, a lot of people had to work from home. For me, my journey changed during COVID-19 period. I finished from Federal University of Technology at FUTA. I mean, people are from FUTA. My partner, Alekon is not here. All right. So I finished from FUTA, and they are the best technology school in the world. Yeah. You can say that. All right, you can say that. I know some people want to argue, but we all know the truth. Yeah, best technology school in the world. All right. So I finished from FUTA, and all right. So then when I finished from FUTA, I finished December 2019. So I went for service, but my service was 2020. 2020 was the year COVID struck. So I was there. I was looking for engineering job, right? Engineering job, and people were being laid off from work, and people were not working, right? So because people were not working, this job was not really there because they were laying people away from work. People that could do the work, they were laying them away from work. I was a fresh graduate that they're going to bring in and train, and I was looking for employment. So you see, I don't know how to call it irony or all of that. So I was not very good at speech. All right. So I was looking for a job to come in and all of that. But what then happened? I started a bit of my tech journey way before. So I'm not talking about a tech journey now, but I started a bit of my tech journey way before that time. And I just mentioned to someone that I'm good so thing in tech if you see any opening. And funny enough, that was the first time I then got this interview. I also got called for an interview, then I went for the interview and I got this job. And I was doing this job working from home. I didn't go to office and I was collecting my little money. I was sitting at home working during COVID. And a lot of industry because they could not adapt to that change, that people could work from home. People were laid off. And some companies could no longer produce. They could no longer do anything because they had that mindset of everybody was coming to the office to work. But the world had changed, right? So a lot of companies are trying to adapt, but a lot of them that could not adapt, they are nowhere to be found today, right? Because that 2022, yeah, 2020, sorry, 2020, yeah, that 2020, those companies that could not adapt to that hybrid way of work or remote way of work, a lot of them have gone up. They've gone under. A lot of them have to sack a lot of people. In short, a lot of people lost their job during that period. I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes I enter a ride and I'm talking to some Uber drivers, and we have conversations that they tell me that, oh, so thing happened, but during COVID, something happened and they lost their job and they were able to have a car, so they're doing Uber now and all of that. So my point is the world is really changing and digitalizing, right? So we have to find a way to, to jump with all of this. Now, that's just digital. Now the world has evolved again. There's AI. I remember when OpenAI announced, Jaffa was showing us the slide, or it took ChatGPT and OpenAI 3 months, ChatGPT 3 months to get 100 million users. It took Facebook 4.5 years. It took the internet 7 years to get the same 100 million users. And it's telling you that this thing has come to change and has come to, stay. Thank you. This thing has come to stay. The world has really changed, right? So now, talking about AI, how do we now adapt AI in what we do? I tell a lot of people, tech is an enabler. And when I say enabler, the word enabler here is it helps you do better. So in a business scenario, for example, I work at Taxam Ansad, it's an insurance company. How many of us have heard about Taxam Ansad? All right. That's fine. Do you use our item? Okay. Oh, you do? Oh, wow. That's one of our customers. All right. So I work with an insurance company. And in an insurance company, we sell a service, right? We sell a service. So me as a tech person, I'm not really, when I say tech is an enabler, I'm not selling my product like that. But I'm looking for ways I can adapt what I do to make the company earn more. And that's what I do. I've worked for manufacturing company before in the past. I've worked for an oil and gas, as a contract person. And all of these cases, I was not selling, I was not producing something to sell. Yes, we know likes of Microsoft sell. But when it comes to all of those industries, what how does it make the business produce more? And if you know how to leverage it, you will do a lot more. A lot of companies use a lot of tools and a lot of things out there, but they don't, you'll be surprised how some people do some things in Excel. All this your sum and stuff like that you are doing that you think is just anybody that knows it. You enter some place, you see someone selecting, drawing down, be clicking plus inside your Excel computer, just using sum and everything. You'll be surprised what some people can do. The time I was stepping out of the office when I was working somewhere, I'm stepping out of the office, and someone called me and like, oh, Toby, I'm trying to do so and so on Excel. I'm like, okay, what are you trying to achieve? So I sat with her. The whole team, there was a team, right? So she just sat me down and she said she had been battling with that team. I was about stepping out of the office. So this was around 4 p.m. She said she had been battling with that team from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Though she was trying to do some other things by herself, but she was battling with that team. So it took a lot of her time. Now, I just came, I sat with her. Okay, what do you want to do? I'm not an Excel expert, I'll be sincere. I'm not an Excel expert. But there's ChatGPT. I went to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, how do you do? So she was trying to do some complex stuff in Excel, like some columns, whatever. And I went to ChatGPT, asked ChatGPT how to do so and so. How do I do that? And all of that. I gave it the prompt, like Jacqueline said. And ChatGPT gave me the formula. All I did was copy, paste, and the column name now, the column edit. I just changed that. And it was working fine. That was all I did. And I did not hear the end of, hey, Toby that, Toby this, Toby that, Toby. And in my mind, I'm like, ChatGPT, no shame. But you get my point. So this is how you leverage AI in building yourself. And that's what I'm talking about. Power platform or low code. Low code plus AI, doing things better or building smarter, not just harder. Now, when you talk of low code, I've talked about how low code is building platforms, but you're not coding like a developers. Now, when you talk of low code, like I said, you are building. Let me they've read the Bible, so I'm not doing a lot of all of this. Okay. So now, sorry. Okay. Now, when you talk of low code, I talked about low code being what you can build on without having to write all of those codes. Now, one thing with organizations, I need to know as students, as young professionals, or even if you're going to work in the tech industry, Even if you are going to work in the tech industry, one thing you need to know, because you also be servicing your product you are building, you sell it to an industry. One thing you need to know, right, is these people, when they come to meet you, they need a solution to that problem like yesterday. So when I mean they forgive me, but Nigeria, we are still in that reactive state. So when I mean reactive, I mean we don't kind of assume a problem will happen in the future. They are solving towards that. Some countries are like that. They know a problem will happen in the future. They're solving. So what they're building today is for tomorrow people. Nigeria was still solving yesterday problem. Let's not talk of inflation and every other thing. And that's it. But my point is that we are solving for yesterday's problem. And to be sincere, that's how our industry does. Our industries have a problem. So the problem have piled up. And when they could not, like it have choked them like this, they'll not come and meet you. Oh yeah, Dara, I beg, we need to do this and do this and do this. So when the companies come to meet you, their mindset is, please, can we have this thing like tomorrow? And you're telling them that, sir, I'm going to draw the platform for this. I'm going to build this from scratch. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And before I can do all of this, it's taking like 3 months. It's taking like 4 months to build all of these things, right? And a lot of companies need a lot of solutions, a lot of applications, a lot of, things to solve that problem within the business. Every business have a different process. Two tech companies have different way they do things. In short, let me use 2 banking companies. Let's use just any banking, any bank, just imagine any 2 banks, Those 2 banks, the way they process payments is different. Yeah, it might just be 1 or 2 things that is different, but it's different. So if you're going to build a solution for this bank, if you're going to carry that same solution to this bank, you might need to tweak it a bit to fit in. Right? And now building this thing will take time. And that's why we have things like low code. So with low code, you can build platforms, you can build solutions for this company faster. I remember talking with somebody, this lady, she's in Australia, and we're doing some things together. And she was telling me that she went to meet the tech team to do this stuff. And tech team said that it take them 4 months to do this particular solution. And me and this lady sat down together and we build this thing in 2 weeks. With what? Low code. And that's where low code comes in. So it helps you build faster and deliver. Please, I'm not saying you don't need a developer before I start saying all those questions. So no, I'm not saying that, right? What I'm saying is that now you can deliver solutions and applications faster than how it used to be. So when the company is going to meet you that we need this like yesterday, instead of waiting another 3 months, 4 months, 6 months to finish a particular solution and giving them, you can do it in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and you deliver. And mind you, if the company waits 6 months, it's possible that something have changed. In short, with what solution you are building now, something's changed. I remember building a solution, and just a year after, they came to meet me that something have changed. We need to tweak it a bit, right? And it definitely is a solution you can also go back and tweak and work around. So my point is that 6 months they are waiting for, when the application is ready, things have changed. So you will not tell the developer, yeah, tweak it again. By the time the developer go and tweak it again, take another maybe 1 month or something. Then all of this back and forth. But with all of these platforms, like low code platform, you can deliver faster. And one of the low-code platform leading in the industry was Power Platform. So Power Platform is the low-code tool from Microsoft. I use a couple of low-code tools, right? I call myself a low-code advocate because I use low-code tools outside even Microsoft's low-code tool, right? And I'm telling you that it's only in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, in US as well too. One of the leading platforms in the world. There is this people that do, I can't remember their name. They do an analysis of leading platforms, right? Low-code platform. Microsoft is actually one of the leaders. And that's why we're bringing it to you, right? Power Platform, right? That's low-code. And now, you can now, before, like I said, there's a way we do things, there's a way we build. But right now, it's now way easier with what? AI, with Copilot. So then, I remember when I joined, it was harder to learn, harder to build, but now it's way easier. With AI, you can even easily learn. And when you talk about Power Platform, those are the 5 things on that Power Platform, right? So the first one you're seeing on your screen, you look at the screen, the first thing you're seeing here is Power Apps. Thank you very much. So the first one you're seeing here is Power Apps. Okay. So the first one you're seeing here is what? Power Apps. And that's building what? Low-code application. But me, I love to call it intelligent application. So before, yes, we call it low-code. You don't code that much. You don't code that much to build you don't code that much to build that application. And this application, people use it. Industries use it. Like I said, I've built for a couple of people. In short, I've built for a couple of, not just within the country, I've built for a couple of people outside the country. I was talking with my colleague, Victoria at the back. She's an MVP, Microsoft MVP, Victoria. And, we're talking about some some things like so because she also happened to work with the local to Microsoft Power Platform. And we do have brief on how we deliver all of these things to clients. So what I'm telling you all of this is that you're not limited to just Nigeria. When you learn things like this, when you begin to leverage platforms like this, like the Power Platform, that's why you hear a lot of us talking about Power Platform, low code, right? Because you can build applications that is usable by an organization. And like I said, applications, Power Apps, built with applications without writing much code. The next one is automation. Now, somebody asked a question. I don't know if you've seen the class, but it was saying something about the future of agents, right? That I was thinking that is more why are we still having the reactive piece or the reactive kind of bots where we have to trigger it ourselves and it works? Why can't you just do it before you trigger it? Now, I definitely the lady that took that question did justice to that question. But their solutions are built that does that. Now, one of the industries I did something for, there's somebody in that place. Now, what the person does is, at the end of the day, they interface with another company. So at the end of the day, the person goes to their database, right? It picks some particular transactions, then there's a document attached to the transaction. So now it downloads them one by one. So let's assume there are five. Assume there are five. There can be more. It can be they're actually less, but they can be more. Let's just assume they're five. Assume they're five. Now, by 4 o'clock every day, this guy goes there, takes the first transaction, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then now downloads the document for each of them. Now goes to an email, and then he now sends it to those people by 4 p.m. Now, what was the issue that happened? The issue that happened was sometimes this person is too hooked up on the work that he did not remember to send it. There was that when the person now left, it was not difficult passing that over to another person because that one did not even know they used to do that one in the first place. And then it was having the conflicts and the customers started complaining and all of that kind of thing because all of this affects your customers at the back. And mind you, something about delivering to customers is if you have one bad customer, just know you have like 10 or 100 bad customers. Because that one customer will go and let's just assume the person does not go on Twitter to go and tweet. But the person will go and tell all the relatives, I'm guilty of that, I'll be sincere. If you not serve me well, I'll tell you the truth. Just know that all my family members are not using your product again. But my point is that this is what happens, right? These humans. It's easier to push something bad than push something good. If something is bad, it can really spread on you. So now all of this is not making them not serve the customer very, very well. And we leverage what we call the second image you're saying there is called Power Automate. We leverage Power Automate. What Power Automate does is that by itself, it goes to your database, it picks all of those transactions. You can set it up whichever way you want it. So it was set up what was requested from me was put it up in a table format. Then this same this same automation system goes and download all of the attachments, put it in a mail, and send it on the behalf of that person. So it did not just reduce the work, it eliminates that work. So that person no longer needs to spend that time on doing that thing. In short, right now, I doubt if the company even know that thing was there, but it's working, right? It's going and it's working. And the customers are being served. Everybody is happy. Everybody things are going well. And all of this did not even take that much time. Another example I'd like to cite was when I joined an organization. So I joined the organization then the company do stand up every day. Like who not stand up. So it's just like a catch-up meeting, right? So we do stand up every day. So I stand up works was because they don't have, I know a lot of your company might be very big, you're using maybe what are these? I'm trying to remember all of those tools you use. Yeah, DevOps. So a lot of them are using DevOps and the rest of them. So not all the companies do that. Right. So this particular company I was working with at the time, I'm not using all of this. And one person will go carry the worksheets and start getting updates from like different things. They will not come and present. So then, the person was going on leave and they said, Toby, come and take over this thing. And I looked at him, these people, all like when I'm sitting and taking over notes, I'm going jumping up and down looking for someone to give me updates. And I just leveraged these same automations such that at the close of business every day, right? So if business was close 5 p.m., by 4:30, this automation will start by itself and tell this person that, oh, the update for tomorrow, just click on the link and put your updates. So I was no longer doing that run around to get everybody updates. And mind you, this simple thing that I did was one of the big wins for me. Like, that was one of the things that stood out when they were like, oh, Toby have done, Toby have done, Toby have done. For me, it was one of the, in short, it was the simplest project I did. That did not take me, it not take me 15 minutes to do, or 10 minutes. It didn't take me 10 minutes to do. But it was one of the easiest things I did. So why am I saying this? Yes, you might be looking at, is it as easy as it's saying? Is it as cheap as it's saying? Yes, it is that easy, right? And like I said, that very little thing might be the big win. Because it might be little problems that is causing the company to keep losing money, right? And at the end of the day, like I said, we are trying to make more. The company is trying to make more money. All right, so the next one is Power BI. A lot of us know Power BI, right? Data analytics and data. So that's also part of the Power Platform. The next one is Microsoft Copilot Studio, where you can build your agents and all of this your boat. And like I said, the interface has grown. It's no longer like how it used to be. It is now learning from itself. So you are building, it's more than bots, they call it agents. So you can look at what you've asked it before and then learn from it. All right. And then the last one is PowerPage. It's more like you're building low code websites. So let us quickly move on from there. And the good thing about low code, when I'm just talking about low code, is I also share how to get started in case you're interested. The reason I'm talking about low code, the reason I'm talking about all of this, this is not just independent. Meaning your company might be using something before, but you can still integrate with them, right? You can still integrate with them. You can still integrate all of this, your other tools that your company is using. So you're not limited to what does it like. It's not silo. When I mean silo, a lot of issues we're having right now is that a lot of companies have applications, but this one is sitting here, this one is sitting there, right? You can integrate all of them and bring them together, right? So now let us go to where AI now comes in. All right. So let's go to where AI comes in. Now, the slide I've actually shared it, so you can always get the slide. So I'll be sharing more of real-time scenario. So now with AI, you can now build faster and you can build smarter. You can build faster, you can build smarter. It's not just like how it used to be then in the past. I think I have a video up here. So let us watch that. So now that's somebody building. Let's look at that video, please. That's somebody building a whole automated system, and you will see. Let me say, all right. So that's all building an automation system, and all the person is doing is what is writing a prompt. That's what they call prompt. Prompt is they are telling that creates all of this. So what they want to know is if there's an issue, if the customer complains, they want to be notified on their Microsoft Teams, their Teams chats. The person did not build anything. The person just typed in what they want to build, right? And that's it. He's fine with it, and this is the whole work. And guess what? He added more. Okay, what they've done is not enough. He's now adding other prompts, meaning telling that you can do this better. I don't want that. I want you to add it to the channel that is being created and all of that. And see, that's it. That's all. So, like I said, then when I was learning, I had to build everything from scratch. But right now with AI, you don't have to. With AI, you can easily go and build prompts. You can actually build more like an MVP. When you talk about MVP, minimum viable product, like a little product, and you can now build from there. So you don't have to start learning from scratch, right? So that's just one example I wanted to show. Now, Power Apps have even changed the interface. Previously in Power Apps, you don't have all of these things. Now, I think David was talking about copilots in Visual Studio. Same way, AI is now in Power Platform. So you might be wondering that how do you want to use AI in Power Platform? It is not in Power Platform. Why you are building, right? Why you want to build? You can use AI to build. Then while you are building, you can be asking AI formulas. So there's a time for me, I don't cram formulas, right? Like I said, you write just little codes. They're more like Excel formulas. I don't cram all of these formulas. I used to have a tab open where I can go and check and use the formulas. But right to Copilot, I can just tell Copilot, kindly create a date that gives me this format. So for example, I want to write a formula, or I want to maybe write something, and I want it to come in maybe the month, the day, the date, maybe that 2nd 02 2025. Somebody else can write a code and they want it to come in a particular date format, right? All of this requires you to write a particular formula, like I said, like Excel formulas, right? And with Copilot, you can write it, you can ask it, it gives you within the browser, right? And then you can then use it within your app. These are ways Copilot have come into help. So yeah, I was talking about using some real world scenarios. So I've given some examples while I was talking earlier. Other ways you can use it is your HR processing. When many of us have, okay, if you're a student, let me say, I'm student. Have you gone on IT internship? Okay, I've just, okay. So when I went for internship, I remember that time, I had the privilege to get my internship in a company in Lekki there. It's about 9 floors. So I remember then, on my first day, I went to the 9th floor, that's where HR is. Then HR said you have to do a particular set of trainings before you can join our organization. It's like internal training. So the first training I took was on 4th floor, second training was on 6th floor, third training was on 2nd floor. Now the issue wasn't even the training. The issue was the process. So after the first training, there's a paper given to you, right? There's a paper given to you where you now go and meet the HOD to sign. Once that HOD append their signature, that's when you now move on to the next training. Then same like that. Now the issue was the HOD was not around. So you could not do any training. And the whole of that day, so after one training, the whole of that day, the training was just like 30, 40 minutes. The whole of that day just wasted. No other thing. Whereas with tools like a Power Automate, definitely leveraging your Copilot when building it, it can help that process such that once you are done, right? Once you are done, the person that is taking the training can just click a button there, and it appends the signature of the HOD to your digital form. It notifies the HR, notifies the person, notifies your HOD, then you can now proceed to the next training. But rather, what are they doing? After that training, the person signs, you go back to the HR to show that the HR will not take it to the next training because you don't even know the next training. HR will not take it to the next training. But because HOD is not around now, that step just pause. Right? And this is what's taking time. Now, another example is let me bring this home. Now, in different sectors, let me use insurance, right? So in different sectors like insurance now, you can step into somewhere and say you want to, or let me use a product. I think that way is better. Now, you come in and buy a product. Maybe if you come and order a product rather. Just as you come and order a product from a online, just order a product. Now, how this works is when you click on order, an email is sent to somebody, right? That so order have dropped. Then the person then processes it, then takes it to the next team, package it, then maybe send it to a delivery guy. Now, what happens is in some organization, in a particular organization I joined, what happened was when you make that order, it was going to their email. So somebody will go to the email, gather all the order, start putting it out in an Excel sheet, and then they now start treating it. But the issue was one person can receive as much as 70 emails. Like the business was growing. So when it started, there was no issue. When there were 5 people, 10 people ordering per day, there was no issue. But when about 70 people are ordering in a day, 80 people, 100 people, and one person is treating all of this, there's a possibility of somebody missing out an email, and you cannot blame the person. Now, that person missed out that email. What then happen is that person that have ordered don't see it. So when it goes to the next team, that next team too will not see that because that person has missed it. That one too goes to the next team, then they bring the order. Then that one is now complaining to customer service that I did not see what I ordered for. Right? So now there's a platform with the low code I talked about, Power Apps, I mentioned in the beginning. You can have an application, right? And like I said, you can build all of this with low code. You just need to go make your prompt and it builds an MVP and you can build from there. Now, with all of these platforms, you can just type, we can create all of these platforms such that all of those things that is coming from the order, you integrate, it comes to that app. So there is no way you're missing out anything. So everything will be on your dashboard, on your application. So the only way you're going to miss anything, as long as somebody makes that order, there's an API call, like it comes to you and you see everything. Then as you're answering each of them, it goes to the next thing, And now what have you done? Before, the person have to start processing 15, then send. So until you process 15, you now send in an email, in an Excel sheet, process 15. But now what you're doing is that you have an application that everybody can see. Now, when the first team treats their own, it immediately leaves your board and go to the next team. So they're treating it immediately. They're not waiting for them to send in a batch of 15. So you're making the time, they call it turnaround time. The time from the start to finish, turnaround time. That's how long it takes to serve your customers. Like, they're making it shorter, right? They're making all of those shorter. And these are things that local can do for you. And like I said, with AI coming in, you can do way more. And how do you get started with all of these platforms I talked about? How do you learn if you want to learn? How do you build if you want to build? Microsoft Learn is the first place I'll point to you. How many of us have used Microsoft Learn? So it's more like they call it like a Microsoft University because you can learn anything from Microsoft here. So more like a Microsoft University. The next thing is Power Platform Community. So the link is there. I've embedded the link there. So I've shared the slide already with Daphne and the MLSA person. So they will share it with you. So now, once you click on that, you'll see the link to take it there. So now there is a Power Platform community within Nigeria, right? We are one within Nigeria. So the link is also there. You can also join. And just to round up, right? Like I said, with AI and with all of these platforms I talked about, you can build faster, right? Then your automations are also smarter. There's a way you can embed, in short, right now, there's a way you can embed AI into your application such that somebody can come and ask the platform. You can come and ask. For example, let me use your Power BI, for example. You build a dashboard, right? And the dashboard shows a lot of visual. I don't know if you're aware, but not everybody can read your visuals. Some people, you still need to explain to them what you are doing. No matter, you can build very, very nice dashboard and it's very easy to understand, but some people still don't know what it is. But now you can build or you can bring a copilot embedded within your dashboard such that the person can answer your dashboard anything. Maybe the sales, if you build dashboard a lot, I'm sorry, how many data analysts do you have here? Data analysts and data analysts. Yeah. So you build dashboard, you know, it's also you could have put the metrics on top. That's the sales. Some people will not see it too. They'll still be asking you. So you can have a copilot dedicated to that so that you can go and ask that copilot and then it tells them what they're looking for. So for those that might not understand it, some people understand it, some people might not understand. For those that don't understand, they can always communicate with it. So similar to your app as well. Your app has capabilities and what it can do. You can also ask, so meaning not just you as a developer using the copilot, your users can also use this copilot. So it allows for better user experience as well. Better user experience. And I'm very big when it comes to decision making. Decision making. A lot of organizations are looking for ways to do things faster. One of the solutions I built in the past, right? One of the things I built in the past was a manufacturing company. And what the manufacturing company did was they sent salesperson to the field, right? The salesperson go and survey. Then there's a particular data they're collecting. He collects data, then he travels back, depending on the state he goes to. They are like different salesperson. They come back, they collect the data, then they try to do all of the analysis and everything. Now, I built an application for them that the salesperson, when they go to the field, they don't come back. While they're on the field, they are filling it in. As they're filling it in, it's coming to the back end. Then there was a simple dashboard already that we had that we integrated, like connected to the data source, such that on the field, while they are there, they are filling in all this information. Oh, our customers are not using our product. Our customers are complaining that our product is expensive compared to our competitors. Oh, our customers are in Lagos. The order that we push to Lagos is actually way more, or is sorry, the order that we push or what we push our supply is way less than the demand. Can we push more order and other things like that? So they put all of those data right there, and now the management are seeing all of this. So right there, they can start making decisions, and that's what makes business more. And that's where you come in as developers. That's where you come in as tech persons with organizations, is to make them make more money, because that's when they grow, right? And that's when they recognize you. Right, that's when they grow, and that's when they will respect your work. And so right there, those management can then do all of those things and make sure that, oh, let's push more that here. Oh, it looks like what you're sending here is more, and they're not buying it like that. Let's reduce it. Let's send more to that place that are selling. They're selling more of their products, right? And they make sure of this decision on the spot. Like they're not wasting time. And for example, some customers can be complaining, oh, we want this kind of product. We want it to have this kind of maybe yellow bag. We don't want it to look black. Let it look flashy because our customers are children and they like flashy things. Right? They're able to make all of those decisions immediately instead of waiting 6 months, 1 year to come and do 1 year review. Now say let's review everything. You now come. Meanwhile, by that time, the customers that are trying to please have gone to another competitor. Right? Be able to take all of this data and then do something. So enhanced decision making is a very, very big. It's very, very big when it comes to business and industry. Things are changing. Customer things are changing very fast. And you as a tech person, you need to find a way to develop and push out solutions and make sure your company is able to adapt and make faster decisions with your own solution. Right? And like I said, it's accessible to both developers and non-developers. So right now, the good thing, right, is I think someone was asking the other time that what of code and all this kind of stuff. The good thing that your Power Platform, right, even there's a low code too. Right now, there's a way you can move it to Visual Studio Code. And for example, you like coding, maybe you feel like you're born to code, you cannot leave coding. You can then move this to Visual Studio Code, write all of your code you want to write. When you're done, just deploy back and you're fine. Right. So, and like I said, the world is changing. All of these are quotes from people I respect a lot, telling you that 50% of your work process will be automated, in the future, right? And you need to start thinking of how you're going to do better. And low code Power Platform is one of the solutions to making sure you're meeting with all of this demand, this high demand in tech solutions. Okay, so with that, thank you very much. My name is Okuwa. So, thank you. All right, so I think I'll take questions. I don't know if I can. All right, so are there questions for me? Oh, I was just saying big grammar. So I should go back to my rapping career. Yeah? Any questions for me? Okay. It was. Yes. That friend was talking about this so I think Delhi's 3 or so, Delhi's or something. No, yeah, he talked about Azure. So he talked about Azure, and there is this particular one. I can't remember the name. But yeah, what are they talking about? I didn't really talk about it. But connectors are, sorry, when I talk of connectors are for example, now I'm here. I think we have some people online, right? And they are hearing us. And the medium we're using, I think, I don't know if it's Teams, YouTube, I mean. So YouTube is our medium. So I'm here in Lagos, some people are in Abuja listening to us. Medium is our channel. So that's the same way application works. So application has something that connects them together. It's called API, right? So but in Power Platform, we call it connector. So why we call it connector is because people use it, Microsoft has gone ahead to build it already. So all you need to do is just click on it and use it. So click on it and just use it. That's all. So the same way. So we have ChatGPT. They already have something that does that voice. In short, I built something like that. When ChatGPT just dropped, the OpenAI dropped, I had to go and build the connector. Then there was no connector for OpenAI or ChatGPT. I built connector. I connected it, and I used voice. So I can ask it, then it replies what I want, within the data I've given it, right? So yeah. So we also have that functionality. And right now there's ChatGPT on Power Platform. So you can use ChatGPT directly, OpenAI connector. You can use it directly. Just click on it. You don't have to configure it. Just click on it and use it. Yeah. So any other questions?
Some of these
All right. So for those I talked about, right? For your Power Automate, let me start with Power Automate. For your Power Automate, the good thing, right? That's another. So for the good thing with Power Automate and the Power is that a lot of companies already have it, but they don't know. That's the thing, right? A lot of companies have, so yeah, I do understand that for some other things, maybe Azure and the rest, some of them need subscription and the rest of them. Maybe I'll larger fit answer that question, right? That's the area. But for the one I talked about, right? So for some of them, like the Power Automate, once you open your Microsoft account, you have Power Automate. Once you open Microsoft account, you have Power Automate, right? So you have Power Automate. There's some other things, high class feature, right? Some other features that you need to pay some solution to access, but the basic one. Now, for organizations, they already have Power Apps and Power Automate. It's like going to go and buy egg, and when you buy the egg, you're only using the what's that egg again? Is it yolk? What do they call that thing? So you cannot go and meet the woman that I want to buy just yolk. I don't want to buy the eggshell. She will sell everything for you. So that's the same way it is. When you come to Microsoft, your company is buying what you call, for those working or that work very soon, they are buying what you call Office 365. So it's a package thing. Power and Copilot is inside, but a lot of companies don't know. Right? A lot of companies don't know. So that's why I say that if you are working, you can just go and check and you see all of those things. And if you don't, you can open a Microsoft account and you see that Power Automate that you can start working with. And like I said, you can start building. Definitely was talking about something here, and I keyed into it, or it has happened before. There was a company that don't have any Power Platform role, But somebody in that company started using Power Platform and started building applications and automations for them. And the application of building and automation became plenty that only that person could not now service everybody or could not develop for everybody. They have to now create a team and employ people. So you see how somebody created a team and opened way for that people. So you yourself, it might be that person today, right? Maybe your company is not using it. So you can go and check, build, and let them see the impact of this. Like I said, there is impact. It's about impact. If you can show your company that if you can use this team, right? If they're making more money or using it, or they are reducing the time they're spending doing a lot of things because you build that thing, you see that they're ready to invest in that. Right. All right. So any other question?
Okay. When was that about learning process takes being very good at it. In the Power Platform suite, there's Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Pages, and all of that. So I'm asking, for it to be a Power Platform, you have to be very good at what you do. You can just be Power Apps, Power Automate, and people do that very well. Or will you be like lacking something? You still have to all of them. Also use all the suits. The Power Platform suites.
Okay. Please.
Okay, my question is, when Japheth was advising people on how to break into Microsoft, he talked about learning a particular Microsoft tool, being good at it, building products with it. So my question now is, with the Power Platform suite, there are so many tools. There's the Power Automate, Power Pages, Power BI, and the Micro Copilots, right? So I'm asking, can you just stick to Power Apps, Power Automate, or do you have to learn all the tools in the Power Platform suite to say, oh, I'm a Power Platform developer?
All right. So the answer to that, you don't have to do everything. You can just start with Power BI. You can just have Power BI. Some people start with Power BI. I know someone else started with Power BI, and then he went into Power Apps and Power Automate. His name is Power, by the way. We take one of the sections. He's an MVP too. Yeah, kudos to him. All right. So he started with Power BI and then moved to Power Apps and Power Automate. So you don't have to know everything. You can start with one and then grow right into the rest. But definitely, that's I said, with time, you need to grow. Me too, I started with one, I started learning, then I grew into some other ones. And like I said, today I don't just use only Microsoft local. I use some other local too. But my point is, you grow, right? You grow. So you can just start with 1, 2, and then grow. You don't have to start with everything. All right. So I think
Please round up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're moving straight ahead to the breakout session. Now we have two. I've lost my thoughts. Okay, what was I talking about? Okay, we're talking about the breakout session, right? So the breakout session will be happening in a few minutes. So before that, an avenue for you guys to stretch your legs because we've been sitting down for a while. We had many sessions happening. So this is the opportunity to network. There's something called networking. I don't know if you guys have heard of it before. Speed network. Anyone? Speed networking. Okay, no one. Meaning you have about a minute, or let's reduce it to 30 seconds. To meet a random person here, you just ask for the person's name, what they do, and try to get to know the person in 30 seconds. Very quick. 30 seconds. So can we try that? Make a move, come on. 30 seconds, any random person, just get to know the person. And there's food, though. Food has arrived. So please, bear with us. Thank you.
For which section? Let me all right. Okay. Oh my god! So you want to be
Yeah, I know your name already.
So they started with it and then they created Nigeria. Yeah, no, you again.
See, you want to cite me up first, right? That's it. You want to cite me up. Okay. I if you are really winner. I if you are really winner. So I'm learning my stuff. I currently consider yes. Oh, really? Wow, that's beautiful. I never knew that. What's the next?
Can I say something? I had a friend that also applied for COS there and it was rejected.
Was it you?
No, as SATH.
Oh, really?
Just yesterday.
Are you silent? Are you student?
Mm.
So how does one get into because I passed the test.
I got GT.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abayami Abiodun, and I'm a Microsoft student and ambassador, and also Microsoft valuable professional. So today I'll be talking about telling a good story with data, and this is just my bio. I have experience in data analytics and data science, and I'll just be sharing some tips on how we can tell a good story with data. I believe most of us here will try like we've been using our camera to take some beautiful pictures and also trying to show Microsoft logo in some of the pictures we are taking, Abby. And one of the reasons why I want to like the reason behind those pictures we are trying to take is just because we want to share them on social media and let people to know that okay, I attend a conference or a summit and the conference held at Microsoft office. So we are trying to tell a story based on the pictures we are trying to take. So what I'm trying to say is in also data analytics, there is a thinking behind every visuals you make while analyzing your data just to tell a perfect story. So okay, some of the things I will be talking about. What is data? What is story? Just like I said, data is also in different formats or different form. We have numbers, text, image. Just like I said, when you as everybody is here, I believe one of our priorities is to take a good picture, share them on LinkedIn, tell a story about them, or just let me just give this scenario. When you see someone, just like I am now, somebody took my picture and I shared it without even saying much, people know that, oh, probably this person is speaking. And while taking the picture as well, I will not just take my picture, I also try to take a picture where people are sitting down, just to tell the story that, oh, I mean, I was present in an event while I was speaking to people for them to listen. And also, what I'm just trying to say is that I'm telling a story, actually, Abby, without even saying anything or adding anything to it. So, what is story? I'll also be talking about what is story, how is story connected to data, then examples of bad and good data storytelling, then things to have in mind. Although the way I planned it is just to also show us some of the sample code, like using matplotlib, numpy, pandas, analyzing some basic data in Visual Studio Code. So what is data? As we can all see, so data is a collection of facts, information, statistics, and statistics that can be in various forms, such as numbers, just like I said, pictures are data can be in numbers, data can be in pictures, data can be in text, data can be even uh, numbers, pictures, text,
what else? Video, visuals. So data can be in terms of different forms, and these are what we use to tell a certain story. So um, what is like why is data important? Data are important just because we use them in making a better decision. So without them, we can't. Just like I said earlier, when you try to take a picture here, you post it on social media. You are trying to tell. Although there are different parts of this storytelling. Just like this is also a part. Data help you in making a better decision. Like there was a time that I keep keeping record of when I go to bed and when I wake up. So I always try to use it to track how productive how I always be in those days. So I'll try to check the time I go to bed, then also the time I wake up. Oh, if probably I go to bed earlier, I am more productive or not. So like in keeping those kind of record help you to like make a better decision. Either you sleep early or you wake up early. So data help in solving problem by finding reason of underperformance. So when you have a data, it help you to solve a certain problem. Just like I said, maybe my own problem is unproductive or maybe like productivity. I just want to know if I'm being productive every day. So I can track anytime I go to bed, or probably going to bed early will help, or maybe like sleeping late. So this help you to make a better decision of how you live your life. So and also for organization, because I keep saying life, because I'm trying to relate this to our day-to-day life, but also it's something organization embrace as well. They hire you as a data analyst just for you to analyze their data, to get some insight so that they can improve their business performance and all. So data helps one to evaluate the performance as well. I think everything is interconnected. So data help one to improve process, just like based on some of the lightning talks that they've been talking about, somebody trying to bring or adopt one technology to improve a process, maybe like from manual to automated. So data also help, like checking the data, like the historical data of how things have been, how they do things in those organization, and when you are employed you try to see how you can fix them with your own data background. So also data help one understand consumers and market. So organization employ data analysts to understand their consumer, who are they, where are they coming from, how can we uh sustain their interest or get more customers. So and also they use data to understand their market structures and how any strategy they can use to improve them. So uh, so why is story? So a story is a narrative, just like I said, someone taking pictures, trying to show, okay, I'm speaking to an audience. I'm showing like there are some pictures, like for me as I have background in photography. So in my church, I'm part of like photography team. So what we do most of the time to take pictures, okay, this, without you telling anybody, like putting it online, people see it. Oh, this is that. So what all these things? Also, using those pictures, we are also telling a story. So it's a narrative and it's connected series of events told through words. It can be through words. It can be through numbers. It can be through imagery, just like the examples have been trying to talk about, like taking pictures and the like. So it can also be spoken words. It can also be like body language performance. So when you see them, you are just trying to like tell a certain narrative. You are trying to tell a certain story about a particular event. So how they are connected. So data storytelling refers to the practice of using to communicate a narrative or a compelling story. So data is, you have to recognize data, just like either number, text, word, image. And then when you recognize all this, data, you also have to like have a certain story that you want to tell. Because when I started data analysis, or when I started learning data analysis, I started seeing things differently. So anytime I see something, or I just always want to think that, oh, what is behind the scene of what this person is trying to achieve? Like, I'm not just seeing it like just the way it is. So I started questioning the process. Oh, I saw this. What is the thinking behind this? What is this person trying to achieve? So it's very important understanding the data, knowing what you want to achieve, because what you want to achieve will help you to tell a better story. Because you can actually be telling a story that is not in alignment with what you are. So you have to like have a focus before telling the story. Just like I said, why taking picture? Why am I taking picture? You have to have the reason why. So what will help you to take a good picture is just because you know the reason why you are taking the picture. So why when you know the reason why you are taking the picture, you take those picture with those reasons, so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to tell a good and perfect story with it. So then I try to just made, although I was trying to use this visuals, I was the one, I was working on the project, so I just saved the visuals, especially that one that has commercial industry, real estate, and I was trying to like use the wrong one, but unfortunately I was unable because I was rushing and I was kind of busy to just like create time to build the presentation slide and all. So I just tried to like Google this and just save it so that I can add it to it. So you can see that these two visuals is also about time series. Time series is just like you are making analysis of time, anything that involve time. You can see that in this first visuals, we can see 2019, 2018, 2020. But seeing this, okay, let me ask you, between this and this, tell me the one you prefer. And you can tell me the reason why you prefer it. Let me start from that. Please tell me the one you prefer from the two, and just tell me the reason why. Just any random or general reason.
I will go for the fun amount part.
So why? Can you tell us why? Okay, visual
I
appeal.
can actually tell what will go in.
Okay.
The other way, just yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. And you can see that everything is just, it's even more difficult to really tell a certain key point here. So everything is just together. But in that, we try to like break them down, the funded amount per each industry and the year, just for us to be able to track them. So then things to have in mind why like ensuring when you want to tell a story, or things to really note, and this will help you to tell a good story with your data. The first one is understanding the types of data you are working with. Is very, very important. You have to understand the type of data. And the second one is clear understanding of what you want to communicate with your data. Just like I said, you want to take a picture, right? Why am I taking a picture? Once you know why you are taking the picture, you see that you will not just be taking picture. You will know the reason why. Okay, is it that I want to tell a certain story with it? And that's also applied to your data analysis. Anytime you are doing your data visualization and all, before you start analyzing your data, have number one, understand the data, right? Clear understanding of what you want to communicate. So this data that I'm working on, or this data that I'm trying to analyze, what I really want to communicate with it. Then clear understanding of the end users is very important as a data analyst, because we have different end users, right? We have different people we work with. At times, it may be a senior analyst if you are just entering as a junior or entry level role. So you may be working with a senior analyst, and you know when you are working with a senior data analyst, what the person may need from you, it's quite different from when you are working directly with a project manager. Fabi, when you are working with directly with a business owner or a stakeholders, imagine how you are as a data analyst, you are working directly with a stakeholders or stakeholders need to hear what you are trying to work on. You know that stakeholders, business owners, they care less about the technical part, right? So if you are there and you are talking about Python, Matplotlib, Seaborn, you may end up being sacked from the because to them they don't need it. They may only need the KPI, which is key performance indicator, Abi. So once do we know what KPI is? So KPI, it may just be like, oh, they want to know total revenue, they want to know the total profit, they want to know the loss, they want to know why this is this. So you have to also understand the end users of what you are actually analyzing. So if it is stakeholders, there's a way you structured your visuals for them to be able to get the insights they need. If you are trying to work directly with a project manager, there is a way you structured your visuals so that they will be able to like get what exactly they want. And if you are working with a senior data analyst, or maybe like a data analyst in the team or data scientist in the team, you know, most of them, they may also be interested in the technical part of the process. Now you are discussing so the reason why I'm saying this is so that you won't know, like you won't be doing the right thing at the wrong time or the wrong thing at the right time. So a fellow data analyst or maybe like a data scientist may be interested in knowing some of the way you go about it and some a little bit technical aspect of what you are trying to communicate. But when it comes to project manager or stakeholder business owner, they may not care about it. So it's also very important. And some of the tools you can use, just like me, I became MVP with Microsoft Excel. You see how simple it is. So I became MVP, Microsoft Valuable Professional, because when I learned it, I always love to teach. When I was Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, that I host events, teach formula, teach everything. So it's very, very important. So the main thing is just be very, very good. Power BI is there. You can use Power BI. You can also use Python in Visual Studio Code. We know that I know that we are all familiar with Jupyter Notebook in Anaconda Abbey, especially if you write code. That's okay. Okay. So I'm wrapping up now. So even for me too, those times I use Python, I use it in Jupyter Notebook from Anaconda, but you get to a point where, okay, I want to host event and I want my event to be approved. So I have to adapt it, Visual Studio Code. Then since then, I keep enjoying the process. So you can install you can just look for the extension of Jupyter Notebook from your Visual Studio Code, and you can work with NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib too. So Microsoft Fabric too, you can work with them. So these are like fantastic tools you can make use of while analyzing your data. So I think this is it. I was trying to I plan to show a demo, but I think I only have 3 more minutes of it. So let me see if I can just try to show something. So just a minute. So we are all familiar with this. This is Visual Studio Code, Abi. You can see that this is just like your Jupyter notebook that we use. So you can see I import pandas, numpy, and matplotlib just for the basic visuals. Then especially one of the visuals I showed the other times,
And it's just like you have to understand some basic process, the data cleaning, your data analysis, understanding some background behind it, and you being able to use it to solve the problem. But the most important thing is just trying to understand your data, understand the problem, know how you can bring your data analytics skill to solving that particular problem. So I think not to exceed my point or not to exceed my time. So thanks for having me. You can do where to install your Visual Studio Code. When you install your Visual Studio Code, just try to um download the extension of Jupyter Notebook. Microsoft Excel is also good, but some people are just too good with programming, so they love coding a lot. So you can make use of this. And if coding is not your thing, Jupyter, Microsoft Excel, Power BI is also an awesome tool. So thank you once again.
So just a couple of disclaimers before we get started. So as you see me, the slides aren't exactly, they're not great. It was rushed, but to do is to do the job, don't worry. I also tend to speak really fast, especially when I'm really excited about something. So please just let me know when I'm speaking too fast. Just touch me. And also I'll try to make this as interactive as possible. Okay. All right, good. So, Salim Minola here is a Gold Microsoft Nations Ambassador, campus expert, yada yada, those guys. And I really love the concept of storytelling, which is why I love the fact that my talk was preceded by my August talk here about storytelling. I love a good story. Once I feel like with stories, I just get to stick more. If I told you a story, remember, I told you about how I got here, and downfall man, downfall driver, supply chain. You remember that? When I told you a random fact, you probably forget that after this session. Also, I love sitcoms. And I'm always looking for recommendations. If you have a good sitcom recommendation, please let me know. If you think the office is bad, don't listen to it. I used to support myself. I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I don't. I fix myself. All right, good. So these are kind of upfront about it. So apparently, this whole storytelling thing, I do beyond the classroom. The idea is to tell stories of students being really amazing things in their tech careers, and the whole point is to inspire people. So please, can take it up. Let's get this one point. Let's get number of subscribers up, please. That would be great. All right. So what's the objective of today? It's a bunch of English, but like the idea is just to have us build a translator that's localized using Azure AI. That's the idea. Okay. And so let's go back to 2022. Yeah. 2022, we had the 8 month action strike. Was annoying. I watched it. A lot of people. And also in 2022, Queen Mother died. So Queen Elizabeth died. And also we had the Russian the yeah, they invaded Ukraine, and that was the beginning of Chelsea's downfall. I remember that. And finally, also in that period, I became a Microsoft Business Ambassador. And during that time, it was really nice actually because I spent 8 months at home. I know that I became an ambassador, worked on a couple of events with Academy, lots of amazing events. I met ambassador as well. And then I had to work on this particular solution. So it's an instructor app. So I just saw, literally, I remember seeing like a guide for it. It was pretty easy. I just implemented with class and it was pretty nice. And this application is very important for context with respect to this particular session. So I worked on this, and you could just scan the QR code to see how it works. Just for context of GitHub. Thank you. Oh, good. Basically, I think that's really nice, nice. Oh, it's I basically, yeah, you can test it out. I think it works good. And this will walk through how it works. You put in your prompts. Hi, my name is Salim Munola, and I'm pretty pumped to be here. And after doing that, you get to pick language of your choice. I think it's supposed like what language? Japanese, Turkish, Polish, yeah, there are all those other languages. It supports all that. And afterwards, you can then type Spanish and then translate. So I mean, also use Duolingo for Spanish. Yeah?
Not Spanish.
But it was French. You would translate this. Like, can you translate this? Based on your Duolingo knowledge.
I can translate.
That's the good stuff.
That's Yoruba, that's not French.
Okay, yeah. So basically, Duolingo is crap. That's that point.
Yeah, online.
So what do you think is the downside of the solution I just showed you guys? What do you think? You can also check the phone. What do you think? Is the downside? That's perfect. I don't think it's perfect. I think I'm perfect.
What I think,
Exactly. Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
so when I get translation time,
Right.
when it's giving from me, my daily conversation, things like when I get a track of that, to help me.
Perfect. Anyone else? Who let me know?
So most translators are
I like that. I'll come back to that. That makes sense. But what I think the downside for us is I think as a Nigerian we should let's think more about Nigerian solutions. Like the need for us create solutions for ourselves. As much as learning I probably want to travel as well. Say I'm trying to go to Turkey, for instance. I might want to learn Turkish. Maybe I'm going to Argentina, Spain, I want to learn Spanish. But then I mean I'm still in Nigeria today. So probably need to learn or build solutions for myself. Yeah. As you can imagine, the solution that works for that guy there is also about this guy. They're both old, but like it's not the same solution that works for them. Right? Similarly, they're both actresses. One is more wicked than the other. However, what works for the nearest no works for I can't remember. Oh, patience, yeah, patience. And finally, we have our very own person to them. Elon Musk. It's other guy. It's Elon Musk, right? So what works for both of them? I broke this because of just to identify that what works for each of them is not exactly the same thing. So that I need is not what that one of people stand for this. Probably the money. So it's just very different. And I on that. Now let's be for the right hand guy. The right hand guy, you remember already. That's patience, that's also and that our very own Muhammad Buhari. So let's bid for them now. And the only things we need to bid for them, we need our Microsoft accounts and we need an Azure software. That's all. Thank you so much. And here's a summary. So we need to create a workspace, we need to create a project, we need to upload file documents. So for instance, I'm trying to translate between English and Yoruba, English and Hausa, English and Igbo. I'm sorry, don't fall within those technical. Just let us stick them move forward afterwards. So I want to upload Power documents. Power documents in the sense that I want to upload what come in Yoruba means come so should be Hausa, right? So is Hausa and we are being come Igbo, right? So just uploading Power documents like this is the link of the I check the model. Now model will take a while to train depending on how long my process is. You want to test it. If it says, I mean, these models, like I'm sure once it tells me why it is cool, you want to make sure that you have this. And finally, you want to deploy your training model and translate your test. So now let's be together, guys. Let's be together. How do you want so let's come all the way back here. It's going to be pretty hands-on. We'll work on this together. And what we have here, okay, good. So this is our Azure AI custom translator. The solution I worked on earlier on, I worked on this using the Azure translator. Now, custom, when you want your custom, what does that mean? You want to customize for your parts now use, right? Like exactly. So I tried to do that last night. Just give me a second, please. Okay. I tried to do that last night. Just give me a second, please. I tried that last night actually. So my personal perception prior to the session was that the custom translator, with that, based on the steps I put out there earlier on, you could easily you could easily this is what I want. You could easily upload. That is good. So now we're in the custom translator. Once again, I feel like this session is a big rush, but I'll share more materials afterwards. But basically, guys, the Azure custom translator, and from the steps earlier on, you want to create a workspace, you want to test, you want to create a workspace, and I've created one already. So no points in renting the view, and then you want to create a project, and here's where I got to. So let's call the project Salim Loves Nigeria, right? And then ideally the first source language should be English. The first translate from English to, let's start with Igbo. However, there is no Igbo yet. Now that's a big issue. So it turns out that the way the custom translation actually works is it helps you, like you mentioned context earlier on, right? So it helps you with the context problem. It solves that problem. That's what it does. So what it does is, for instance, let's say I work for a company based in Canada. Canada is a good example because some parts of Canada speak French, so like it's a French English country, right? So perhaps in the business that I work with, or with in the company I work with in Canada, right, you have some specific lingo that's limited to my industry. For instance, how you could be in a, I'm showing you examples here, but for instance, in the electrical space, for instance, yeah, something like ESR means equivalency with resistance. So just having domain specific translation. So what you do is custom translate basically. You then upload the parallel documents to that effect. It's a translation, but then for more context within your use case, that's what it does for you. So that doesn't help me with my Yoruba Igbo Hausa problem. So that's the first thing I did. Now the next thing I now thought about is apparently I'm an engineer, so I'm supposed to like provide solutions. So I tried to use Azure's machine learning studio. Just give me a second. Okay. I just use Azure's machine learning studio. What Azure's machine learning studio does is, if I had to build the solution myself, I would need to write code, need to get data sets, recognize data sets, just do things in that space, bunch of NLP knowledge is needed. So I can also do that with the Azure machine learning. And what Azure machine learning does is, I created this instance earlier on. What Azure machine learning does basically is it helps you create an instance of machine learning pipeline visually. So you use graphical user interface, like between a GUI and some what's called a command line. So I can say like, so what you're doing here instead is you just it's almost drag and drop. I mean, you still need a bit of contextual knowledge of what you're doing, but ultimately it's in the drag and drop space. Let me go to the studio so you can have a visual representation of what I'm talking about and record the bits. But then even this will take so much time, and I'm not really in the domain. I'm not really into the whole hard work thing like that. I'm an engineer. I don't forget things done. Okay. So finally, I then came up with my last solution, which is what we're talking about mainly today, and that's using the LLMs. So what I did eventually was I trained a GPT 4.0 model to be a translator. You get me? So why do I have to invest? Why do I have to get data sets? Getting data sets already, it's not like 2 days trying to be people that are like in space. You guys have good data, clean the data. I don't like that's a lot of work. I'm ready to that. That's a lot of work. So instead of that, I then used Azure OpenAI. So I'll walk you guys through how I did that. I'm basically code already. We'll test it out and then we'll move forward, right? So I did this. I'm starting from scratch. I want to start from here. I have a couple of instances running. Let's say I'm starting all over again. So please remind me to take this out after this session. I don't want this running on my. So you want to create a new one. Resource groups. The idea of resource groups in general is you have to group your resources. I know that's that's not the best definition. But I think the way it works is, let's say I'm working with a solution that helps you translate. After translating, that helps you with text to speech. After doing that, that helps you with that's different things. Bunch of different services. With the resource group, you can group all the resources you create into one group, such that when I'm done, I delete resource group, not each resource. Like everything just in that group, and it helps you with the whole management and everything, yada yada. So I have some existing ones that just have there. You want to pick a region that's closest to you. My geography is more solid, but let's think South Africa is okay with us. Let's pick a name. Sorry, what's the name? So Enola's instance. Instance. Pricing page and the cheapest page. This is the cheapest. And You go with next, and then you go all the way there. Unless you create this, it will take a while. I don't think we have a while. I know we don't have a while for sure. So I created something similar already. So ideally when this is done, just give me a second. I'm so sorry this is a bit rushed. It's a very, very fun process normally. But then you want to create this. And you see by the top right corner, it says it's initializing the deployment. So it takes roughly 1-2 minutes. But eventually, you're going to get something that will lead you to this place. And then now, this place, you can do whatever. I love this place so much because you can be a programmer without writing code. Like, I literally want to be a translator without writing code. That's not Python, that's not C++. Nothing can distract me. So all I did was I picked a model that worked for me. And thereafter, I have an instance of this. Now, earlier on, from this other page in Azure, in my Azure portal, I got to my endpoints. Now, my endpoints, once the deployment is done, you get your endpoints in the navigation bar to your right, left, that's your left, the left hand side, and you see your endpoints or keys. The keys are like alphanumeric 25 character that are unique to your resource. I'll show you my keys soon. I did, yeah, not show you. All right, then afterwards, I then created a simple Flask app. A simple Flask app that does exactly what the other guy did. But I'm trying to make it just an idea. So the first couple of guys is important. So then I'm doing my environment variables. Now, environment variables, that's my keys. So I'll go to the .env file and then we see my alphanumeric key that I have there. This is for the this. But then you see the guys and I see my endpoints as well, because that's what makes them know that okay, this guy actually, it's like a verification layer, so to speak. I don't think I can get 25 of alphanumeric characters, I get just exact ones. So afterwards, I then verified them, I configured them, and then you see me saying languages, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, English. I created a function, and what the function does is you see I created a variable here. Like second language is a variable. So you see it says translate the following text to that's a variable. Whatever it is, there's a way you pick in the application you see in a while is what we there. So let's say you pick Igbo. So end of the translate the following text to Igbo, Yoruba, and together that goes with that. And what this function does is like translate text. That's what it does. And it returns the text. Thereafter, I created my index path. That's my home page on my Flask application. Post get, we don't know where it works basically. And then the form gets language, right? And you render that into a template of an HTML file, which I will just put out. It's really busy. You know what that thing when you're like when you back in developer create an application, the function is not doesn't look good. The bad design, it works. So let's have that and please don't disappoint me. Yeah, right. I think it works good actually. I think that should work with this. Okay, yeah. So you see my very white application as opposed to this guy. You know, but it's all the same, it's all translating, so doesn't matter. Now does it? Doesn't matter. Exactly. So let's pick a text. Let's not add I. And your lab add on learning today. Did you? Oh, sorry. And let's add that in. Because I'm scared of the because I'm inside your class. I know it's pretty much but I can tell. So I'm start anyone outside. You do this. And Igbo, yeah? That's not good. So if it's wrong, don't tell me. Just be alone, okay? And let's have it in Hausa. Takes a while. But in your lab. Look at me, just look at me. Or basically, it's close. But like close is good, close isn't. I think we're close to the session now, though. Yeah, let's see about okay. And your lab. If you have fun, today, learning today. Sorry. And your landing back in the Naku Pui. That's my solution, guys. But yeah, basically, this works right now. We can translate for we created a solution for Joe Biden, one for Buhari, one for the Musk, one for Salim, and one for everyone. Thank you so much for attending my session. I hope to get questions. Bye.
Can you share the project like open source?
Oh, this particular one.
Yeah, can you share it?
The translated by Salim is open source. This popular. Yeah, it was last year. That's why I know. No bad at all. So this was Flax, and this is also Flax. This is not public yet. It's just a proof of concept. I just tried it out last night. Let's give him this guy. Well, yeah, this guy is pretty open source. I would let me just get it here. Should be something like give me a second, please. Something like GitHub, Salim, or translated. Yeah, something like this. So just Salim codes translate. I think it's been active. So Salim codes, please follow me on GitHub too. That'd be great. I'll follow back. I promise. And then that's it translated by Salim. This has been really fun. I've not spoken in person since 2023, and I enjoyed doing this. It's been really amazing. You guys are good. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Enjoyed this events. I'm gonna get my food. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello.
Hello. Mic check. Hello, mic check. Are we good?
Yep.
Sorry for the break in transmission. Yeah, so I was saying I automate business processes using the Microsoft Power Platform. I literally transform traditional paperwork into an automated system. We are really behind schedule, so I'm just going to rush up things. Today we're talking about challenges in manual document processing. We're going to talk about the Microsoft AI Builder. We'll also see how AI Builder can help us automate business processes and help us extract information from a document. We'll be doing a live demo, but this is really not going to be an answer. It's also supposed to be an answer. I'm supposed to show you how to do this, but because of time, we would not be able to do that. So first of all, what is Microsoft AI Builder? It is literally okay. So before we go to Microsoft AI Builder, when you are trying to extract information from a document manually, one of the challenges that you would face is time consuming. So the number of hours it would take me to go through 100 pages of a PDF to get vital information from it cannot be compared to how it will take a bot, how long it will take a bot to do that. It is also labor intensive. We should be spending time doing more important things. We're not saying that reading that document to get information from it is not important, but yeah, prioritize things. So employees in an organization should spend time doing more productive things than doing what technology can help you do. Also, there's the high risk of human errors. So the way I would interpret information from a document will differ from the way my colleague would interpret that. Sometimes there might be slight errors. You see 6 digits of numbers, and the way you would interpret that is different from the way, or you are prone to human errors. Let's put it that way. I can say, oh, a 5 is looking like a 6, and maybe that time I'm not wearing my glasses. In a finance company, that's a big loss. So we are prone to human errors and inconsistency. There's also lack of real-time insight. For example, if we're we're scanning through invoices in an organization, I can have an automated system that will scan the invoice, get details of requests or goods that are made in the organization, and have a real-time dashboard that will display that. This is not possible manually because the number of time an invoice will be sent before somebody maybe in sales team would have to review it and all that. That's time wasting. Scalability issues. This has to do with large volumes of data. If I'm to go through, for example, a customer like Dangote, if he's placing order for something and the invoice has like 10 pages. What would happen every time there's an order? The staff of the organization have to like go through every page one after the other. This is not scalable, literally. There's also compliance and security risks. Some documents should not be seen by some certain persons in the organization. Somebody on front desk is not supposed to see what salesperson will see. Somebody in IT team is not supposed to see, because a lot of organizations do that. IT is not supposed to see what sales will see. They are paying your salary, yeah, but you're not supposed to even see how much they are charging customers for the service you're rendering. So, or if those documents are flying around, that's security and compliance risks. Now we'll come to AI, Microsoft AI Builder. The funny thing and the cool thing about AI Builder is it's a low code tool. You don't have to know how to write code to do it. In case you don't know, I'm a banking and finance graduate. I don't have basics of computer science. So I don't know computer science, literally. And I do this. So you don't need the technical, in quotes, know-how to be able to do this. So it's a low code tool. Literally drag and drop. What you see is what you get. And we use this to, number one, scan documents. That's what called form processing. So you scan probably a document to extract information from it. You can also do object detection. So there can be an image labeled, and you would have trained the bots with series of images like that, so that the bot would identify that, oh, this image is a cup, this image is a chair. Same for your forms. And there are also predictive models. So when my bot sees, okay, for my data, this customer, Victoria, orders for child deck displaced rice every Thursday. This would allow the bot to predict that, oh, next week Thursday, Victoria is likely to place an order for that particular brand of food. So why AI Builder? Number one, it will allow you to automate document scanning and data extraction, because yes, that's what I'm actually going to do today. I just hope that we have the time. And automating it means you're spending more time doing important things. You're erasing human errors. Fine, we're not saying that your bot cannot have errors. Of course it will, but it will be reduced. You're also speeding up processing time. The time it will take the bots to gather that information. Sometimes for a document, if it's just one invoice, so this thing is like large volume. If it's just one invoice, it will take the human faster than a bot. But when we're looking at 1,000, how do you think it would be efficient for the human? It would not be. The bot would handle this faster. And one other cool thing about Microsoft is we all know that Microsoft is an ecosystem. So one of Microsoft's tools can be integrated with another. Microsoft's AI Builder can be used within a Microsoft Power Apps or a Microsoft Power Automate. So today, what we're going to be doing is we'll upload an invoice to a Microsoft Power Automate flow. Would have used an app, but I just wanted us to see the look and feel. And our AI Builder would extract the information I need from that particular invoice and store it in a table for me. That's all. So because it is Microsoft Power Automate is Microsoft. AI Builder is Microsoft. There's a very cool synchronization between the two. Yeah, so I want to quickly show us what this is. Let's see. So this is my Power Automate flow. I've done it before. I would show us. Okay, I'm going to test it first, then show us what the component is. So to run my Power Automate flow, I'll be required to upload an invoice. So I can have something, an automated system that would say, okay, when there's an email, maybe to a sales email address, that the title is invoice, grab the attachment from that email and run this process. Well, because of we don't want it to be very complex, we're going to just show. So I have series of invoices. I'm just going to pick one. And run my flow. So what this would do is check the invoice. I'm supposed to show you the table, but I'll show you. What this would do is check the invoice. The AI builder is going to get the information. So I've already configured the AI builder to say, okay, give me the invoice date, give me the items in the invoice, how many bags of rice the say she wants, like that, all those details, and drop it in a table for me. So this is the flow, it is still running. But while it's running, I'm also going to show you its components because we don't have so much time. A lot of persons don't really know what Power Automate is, but this class is not to like do an elaborate study of Power Automate. It is literally just showing. So what this flow is doing, this is an instant flow. This flow is triggered by human being or somebody or something. So this is the action. There's already, Toby mentioned something about connectors. There's already a connector for AI Builder in Power Automate. So what I had to do is, I already have my AI model somewhere. I told the flow to run this particular AI model and get the details I need. And I have a database table that is adding this item. So because it is an invoice, if you know, invoice is usually, it has some information at the top, then the line items would be somewhere else. So because I would have multiple line items, I had two tables. That's literally how it's supposed to be. There's going to be like a parent table and there's going to be a child table. So the parent table will have just one record, but the child table would have multiple depending on the line items in the invoice. So this action here is to create the item in the parent table, while the next one, which is a loop, because this is going to be looping through the line items in my table, and it will create records for each of the line items. So let's check our table. Okay, let's check the flow. It should be done running by now. It's done. I'm going to go and check my table to see, yeah, to see what the content is. So let's refresh. And I was trying to avoid that. Let's see. So this is the main table, out the invoice. We'll wait for it to load. And this is the recent record that was added. I'm going to show all so that we can see all the details. I'm also going to show you what the invoice looks like. So these are the details in the invoice. The total amount is, let me just open the invoice so that we can see that. So I think I picked, I can't remember which one of them. Okay. Yeah, but this is what the invoice looks like. So yeah, this is it. See the total amount. I've configured the AI builder to pick that particular. So it's it usually works with positioning. So to check the X and Y axis of that particular template. So when I'm training my bot, I would load in the pictures, or in this case, PDFs of that particular invoice. Every company would have one particular template for invoice. So you're literally going to load it with the template and points. So there's like a picker for you to say, okay, this is the information I need, point it out and all. Let's see if we can show that right now. But we've seen that our invoice already has the total amount, and all these line items would be somewhere in the invoice details. So I have another column that looks up to
the initial table. So if I need to do a report or I need any information, I know that there's a parent table and there's a column that ties the children to the parents. Anybody that needs to do any report on that would extract the information that they need, and they know that, okay, this particular invoice that was created at this time, the children, that line items are in another table, and these are them. So I want us to see how AI Builder works. I hope that we would have the time. So we have what we call AI models, and to create a new one, let's go outside. To create a new one, how should I create a new one? So let's edit this model so that you see what the look and feel looks like. And when you train your bots, you get accuracy score. Oh, that's gone up. You get accuracy score. That's what we saw on the screen. This particular model is literally 99% accurate. Sometimes you get, and accuracy score is dependent on templates. If your template is having different layouts, your bot would not be accurate enough because it's confusing. So this is the first page. This is how to create a bot, but we're trying to edit the one we've created. I hope network. So one of the important things you need to put, or one of the first things you have to put, is the columns, the fields that you need, the information you need. For me, I needed the invoice number, the recipient, the invoice date, total amount, and the invoice items. So this is where you add a field. You have to select what kind of field. If it is a text field and all that. If it is a table. So for the line items, they were table. After that is done, you move next. The next thing would be for you to add pictures or PDFs, something like templates. So after you have added the template, so I've added, let's assume that, so this collection has 5 documents in it. Let's assume that I've added the 5 documents. The next thing you have to do is map the fields inside the template. So if you see this first template, I had to select. So let me just explain. What you have to do is, let's assume that this is where recipient is. I'll just click on it and select the field I want to map it to. That's all. I don't have to do any ad work. But because we don't need that particular one, so what you have to do is just click on what you need. It has recognized that it is a text. So you click on what you need and you select the field that that guy belongs to. For table, you have to drag. So I'll just have to highlight this guy, drag it like this because it is a table, and map it to the table. After that is done, I will now have to select the fields that I need from that particular. So our tables will have columns. So after I've dragged the table, let's edit the table so that we'll see what it looks like. So after I've dragged the table, I'll now start mapping the columns. I can also say ignore the first row, because some tables will have that first row header. We don't need that information in our invoice, I'll be from the invoice. So we'll select all this, and after that is done, I'll click on done. You see that automatically it has even given me the details I need. So you do this for all the documents that you will add. And click next. The next thing would be for you to train the AI model. So assuming I made an update, I'll click on train. Training takes about 20 to 15 minutes. So that was one of the reasons why I did it, because I know we cannot wait for 20 to 15 minutes. This is literally the summary of AI Builder. You can use AI Builder. So there are different AI Builder templates. Let's start a new one so that you see. So you select the type that you want. There are already existing ones too. And that's one cool thing about Microsoft. Because for Microsoft, there are like templates you can use. Let's just use PowerPoint. We have existing templates in PowerPoint. Same thing, we have existing templates for AI Builders. And you would select the one that, if you have, like, for example, there's already an existing one for a standard invoice, but I didn't use that. I decided to build my own from scratch. And that's all. I would ask if you have any question or questions with respect to this.
So for the collection now, like how many images do you think?
So you have 5. So a collection is required that you have at least 5. I don't want to say images because this one is not an image, but yeah, 5 documents per collection. But now there's a limitation to the size. I can't remember right now, but there's a limitation to the overall size.
Another thing I wanted to mention is events about open code. How can you get started with no code? If no code innovation with the Microsoft Power Platform. That's something I wanted to really touch on because some of the speakers they are talking about what is Microsoft Power Platform, how AI is infusing the next way of solving problems with Microsoft Power Platform as well. Okay. So the next, like I mentioned, one of the ways that you facilitate building financial solutions without code is using the Microsoft Power Platform. For example, you could use the Microsoft Power Apps to design payment flows. So you have like, sorry, I think someone- and the other way is to automate payments with Power Automate. And one of the other ways is consolidating your data with creating dashboard with Power BI. And next slide. So the other part of today's talk was to talk about open source collaboration on GitHub and how this ties into open payment. So the word open and payment means creating payment infrastructure that is open source. It's not all. Creating payment infrastructure that is open source, and we know that GitHub is one of the major platforms for it to contribute to open source projects. So, next slide. Why open source matters in payments? One of the major ways is it accelerates innovation and adoption. It reduces vendor lock-in. So, for payments, one of the things that you would notice is that for you to for various platforms that I should talk to you. Okay. For various platforms that you use for facilitating payments, you don't want to be locked into just one. And with open source, it allows you to have multiple payment platforms for you to facilitate payment, basically. And that's what basically what open payment is, and one of the major arms as well. Next slide. So I've been working in the fintech industry for 3 years now, and I've encountered different projects and contributed to them. And I decided to outline and highlight some of them. So Mojalu is it was created by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it is a platform, it's an organization where they create open source software to build interoperable digital payment system. One of the major partners for driving open payments is also the Interledger. And they have something called the Interledger protocol for connecting different payment networks. And at Chimony, we are a big fan of open payments and open source as well. So we created something called, go back somewhere. We created something called the open source
platform for donating for nonprofits. I would like to even demo just how that would look. Just a minute. I know I'm taking so much time. So this is a nonprofit, the open source project that we worked on at Chimoni. Tap it. It's not up. So as you can see, there are some of the organizations that you know here. For example, She Code Africa. We have onboarded them to kind of like receive payments using, for example, Chimoni, Interledger, PayPal, donation link. I don't want to mention the last one because of regulations. So, but basically stable coins as well. So this is an open source project that we worked on at Chimoni last year. And I also have one of the major contributors that worked on the project as well. So Sam, go back to the slide, please. So next slide. The other part I wanted to touch on was the scaling open payments with Azure. And how Azure powers open payments is having a scalable cloud infrastructure. We worked on the open giving platform and we deployed it on Azure. And one thing we've noticed is that it's made it faster. And also we've seen other open source projects that also create their infrastructure on Azure and try to utilize its potentials. Also, one of the key things that you would want to see how Azure powers open payments is secure APIs and identity management. There's something called role-based access control on Azure. What that allows is that for every payment that goes through, you are able to identify who it belongs to and also have security as well. So the last thing is real-time transaction processing. So for fintechs that have like a very big payment infrastructure, they might use Docker, they might use Kubernetes to ensure that they have real-time transaction processing. Next slide, Samuel. So based on my research, I noticed that Mojaloop, one of the open source organizations I mentioned, has something called a deployment template. Developers and organizations can utilize Mojaloop templates on Azure to build digital payment system. So what this allows is that you have a blueprint. So if you want to create a payment infrastructure, an open source one, you have a blueprint on Azure that allows you to use Kubernetes, MySQL, as well as your payment connectors to build a payment infrastructure. Samuel, next slide. So how can you get involved? I know I've said a lot of jargons that a lot of people don't understand, and it's a lot, but I came to tell you that you could start exploring Mojaloop and Interledger on GitHub. So they have GitHub repos that you could contribute as a developer. And you could join their conversation on Slack and developer forums. So last year, when we went for the Interledger Summit at South Africa, I met some of their community members as well. And I joined their Slack forum and I met their community manager. And he mentioned that there are not so many Nigerians that are talking about Mojaloop and I mentioned that this is the first time I'm hearing about Mojaloop. And what you could do is join their Slack channel. They have these meetups that they do organize and it's fully funded. They will take care of your expenses and all of that. And also for Chimoni, we work on open source projects that would allow people to contribute to. So for 3 years in a row, we've kept the consistency of contributing or working on open source projects. So what this means that you as a developer, how can you contribute as a beginner to open source? We have some of the projects. The Sky Open Giving platform is one of them. So if you know of any nonprofits that you feel like, okay, you want it to be listed on the platform, you could check out the Sky Open Giving platform and you can contribute to it as well. Next slide. So I created some of the links. If you want to learn about Open Payment Standard, learn about Mojaloop, learn about the Interledger protocol, you could check out any of these links. Next link. Is that all? Yeah, that's it. Does anyone have any question for me? I guess everyone is tired. Okay. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn. Just scan the QR code if you are interested in learning more about open payments. Thank you.
Oh, all right. So, yep. That brings us to the end of today's event. We are so thankful to everyone for being quite patient with us. We hope you've learned something. Was it exciting, at least for those that stayed till the end? Was it worth it? Was it worth your time? Would you say so? Not everybody's responding, no. I feel like it wasn't worth it for some people. Okay. So to round up, just 5 minutes, please. We want to take a picture. Can we go ahead and take a picture? Okay. Okay, we'll do that outside. All right. So if you have any questions for the speakers, most of them put their info, so you could connect with them and then ask them their questions. If you want to know more about the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador community in your school, if you're a student, just check MLSA Nigeria. You'd find some information about that, and you definitely get info about communities in your school. But that's it. Round up from us. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Please go outside. We're going to have some refreshment and picture taking outside.